have the singing of... On aura maintenant le chant...
We will now have the singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Orléans-Côte-de-Beaupré.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open.
She sings for the Montreal Canadiens.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago today, René Lévesque passed away, and he's universally recognized as a nation builder in Quebec. Everyone pays tribute to him because affection for him goes beyond party lines. He was a Democrat who convinced Quebecers that we could play a real important role in the world. He loved Quebec and Quebecers and believed that we constituted a great people. He loved the Gaspé and was a great defender of our rural regions. He was a cultured man, a bon vivant, and someone who loved life. He was a progressive man, both ahead of his time and down to earth. He was a proud man who made us proud of our culture, who made us proud to defend our culture, and even prouder to export it. He gave us this ineffable feeling that we were a people and that we had a shared destiny. That's why we consider René Lévesque as the father of the Quebec nation.
L'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, November is Diabetes Month, and November 14th is World Diabetes Day. This date was chosen because it was the anniversary of Dr. Banting, who made great progress in research on the subject and eventually discovered insulin. For this, he won the Nobel Prize for Medicine, the first Canadian to do so. In Canada, this disease affects around 3.4 million people of all ages. Historic investments of $30 million were announced this year by the Government of Canada and the Research Foundation for Juvenile Diabetes for specialized treatment. I'm very proud that groups like the Sandy Hill Community Health Center and the Wabano Center can now offer services that are better suited to those who suffer from this disease, thanks to this new contribution. I'd like to thank Health Canada for working to improve the quality of life of those who live with diabetes. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government has introduced a carbon tax, raised payroll taxes, proposed higher taxes on businesses, added an escalator tax clause to the beer tax, tried to tax employee discounts, cancelled children's arts and fitness credits, textbook and tuition credits, and public transit credits. They even denied disability tax credits to most type 1 diabetics. These higher taxes hurt Canadians and weaken the economy, but don't take my word for it, listen to my constituents. Shelley incorporated to get bonding and insurance and resents being called a tax cheat. Dennis said higher taxes will kill investment and prevent job creation. Bill's retirement is in his company and he doesn't get a pension, and the higher taxes will threaten years of planning and saving. Dr. Kim used her company to save for her maternity leave. John canceled a proposed Canadian expansion of his business and will go to the United States instead. So instead of spin and damage control, the government needs to apologize, listen to Canadians like these, and stop raising taxes.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aghast at the brutal violence perpetuated by Myanmar's military against the country's Rohingya Muslim minority. Over the past few months, the region has witnessed villages burned to the ground, hundreds of thousands of defenseless men, women, and children driven from their homes, and physical and sexual assaults breathtaking in their cruelty and scale. At times like these, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians witness the suffering of our brothers and sisters abroad, our reaction defines who we are and what our nation values. As such, I am moved that the Government of Canada has chosen to match donations to registered charities such as the Canadian Red Cross Society and Islamic Relief Canada by establishing a Myanmar Crisis Relief Fund. This move confirms what I already knew in my heart to be true, that Canada is a country that cares, that we are generous people, and that we are ready and willing to fight against the evils of this world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
It was genocide. Mr. Speaker, these are the words of Rajnath Singh, India's Home Minister. Today and for the next 3 days, Sikh Canadians and human rights advocates will mark the 33rd anniversary of the 1984 Sikh genocide. Sikh men were burnt alive. Women were subject to unthinkable sexual violence, and children were murdered in gruesome fashion. Many, including former Indian Supreme Court Justice G.T. Nanavati, have pointed out that state resources were instrumental in these premeditated killings. I'm reminded that thousands of Canadians live with this pain as survivors and bearers of intergenerational trauma. Both the Delhi Assembly and the Ontario Legislature have recognized these atrocities as genocide. I stand in this place in hopes that someday soon the House of Commons and this government will do the same. The path to reconciliation will not be easy, but for the victims and survivors, today we remember.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The third leading cause of death behind cancer and heart disease is patient safety incidents, with just under 28,000 deaths across Canada. This is equivalent to a patient safety event occurring in Canada every 13 minutes. Medication incidents are one of the leading causes of patient safety harm in healthcare. Most of these can be prevented. Patient safety is very important to this government. This week, we recognize Canadian Patient Safety Week. La Semaine de la Sécurité des Patients.
Patient Safety Week is a campaign launched by the Canadian Institute for Patient Safety, and it is designed to protect information about best practices when it comes to patient security, both nationally, regionally, and locally.
On opioids and medication safety, please.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to address the importance of religious freedom in Canada. I am concerned because the government has introduced Bill C-51, and while I generally agree with many of the revisions to the Criminal Code, repealing Section 176 is not one of them. Section 176 is the only section of the Code that directly protects the rights of individuals to freely practice their religion, whatever that religion may be. I am reminded of Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, who proudly said, "I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, or free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." Mr. Speaker, I call upon all Canadians to join me in asking the government to keep Section 176 in the Criminal Code. The unhindered right to worship is one of the fundamental foundations of our democracy and should have the support of everyone.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to pay tribute to an exemplary citizen from my riding, who on July 6th tragically lost her life in a car accident. She was affectionately known as Nell. She was very active in her community of De Montagne, and she was beloved by all. Her involvement with the organization Four Corners and her work as a yoga teacher and a speedwalking teacher, earned her the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal in 2012.
Celebrate her life today. We remember also Nell's top 5 lessons. First, it's never too late to make a positive change. 2, it's always a good time for scones. 3, make your bed every day. 4, be humble, and 5, love. While we celebrate Women's History Month, I want to thank you, Nell, for all the great memories. Votre implication.
Your contribution will leave a lasting mark on our community.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And fall has certainly arrived in Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake. To celebrate harvest time, the community members in Lower Sackville gathered at the Acadian Park Garden Festival on the weekend. There was a community barbecue, locally produced healthy snacks, and plant exchanges. But the cream of the crop was produce from the Sackville Community Food Garden. This was the first season ever for this garden, and families have been using it to grow their fruits and vegetables, all while contributing towards making a stronger, greener community for all. I want to thank the gardeners at the Sackville Community Food Garden and everyone across Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake who make our community stronger and healthier. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the WHO released its annual global tuberculosis report, and yet again, tuberculosis remains the world's deadliest infectious disease. TB is an ancient airborne virus that still claims almost 2 million lives every year. The Global Health Caucus on HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria had the privilege this week to speak with an incredible tuberculosis survivor. We had an eye-opening conversation about the human impact of this global epidemic. Nudita Venkat Tucson is here today to watch our democratic proceedings, but cannot hear our discussion because the medication that was used to treat her tuberculosis has left her permanently deaf. The medication is toxic, but patients often need to take it for up to 2 years, and in many cases, patients can't even complete the grueling treatment. We want to encourage Canada to continue to take a leading role and support the development of new and better drugs to treat TB to improve save the lives of people across the globe.
Honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, last year I stood in the House to speak about the protection of the porcupine caribou calving grounds in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge in Alaska. Today I restate these concerns. This refuge is one of the most fragile ecosystems left on Earth. It's also the main calving grounds of the porcupine caribou herd, which is fundamental to the culture of the Gwich'in Nation of the NWT, Yukon, and Alaska. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Senate recently passed a budget resolution that puts these sacred calving grounds at risk. I've written to legislators on both sides of the border, as have the Gwich'in leaders who will soon join others in Washington, D.C. to inform legislators of the importance of protecting this pristine area. I hope this message is heard, and I thank the Canadian Embassy in Washington for their work to support the protection of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, as the new chair of the All-Party Tourism Caucus, it was my pleasure to host a breakfast. We heard updates from TIAC, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, as well as Destination Canada. As many of us know, we have had a banner tourism year so far. The hard work of industry, Canada 150 celebrations, Free Parks Canada Discovery Passes all contributed to the momentum. The results are astounding. The first 8 months of 2017, we welcomed more than 14.6 million visitors, an increase of more than 4% over 2016. The tourism sector is the #1 employer of Canadian youth, and it represents over 1.7 million jobs. 2018 will also be a great opportunity to grow the industry from coast to coast to coast. It's the year of Canada-China tourism. In my riding of the Long Range Mountains, I'm proud to say I have over 540 tourism businesses that employ just under 5,000 people. Alors, chers collègues, parlez tourisme.
So let's talk tourism. It's a part of all of our ridings. And let's keep building the tourism industry together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Sergei Meninsky was a Russian lawyer, accountant, and whistleblower. While working on behalf of Bill Browder, he uncovered an elaborate tax fraud being carried out by the Russian government. For this, Sergei was arrested, beaten, tortured, and murdered in a Russian prison. On October 18th, the work of parliamentarians of all parties came to fruition when Senator Raynell Andrechuk's Bill S-226, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Meninsky Law, received royal assent. This legislation ensures Canada will not be a safe haven for foreign officials responsible for corruption and gross human rights violations. It is a tool to project our values abroad while protecting our sovereignty. Visiting Ottawa today is Sergei Meninsky's widow, Natalia, and their son, Nikita. They are accompanied by Meninsky's champion and human rights defender, Bill Browder, and they wish to thank all parliamentarians for our unanimous support for Bill S-226. On behalf of everyone here and in the Senate, I thank Mr. Browder and the Meninsky family for their tireless efforts in defending human rights on the world stage.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, November 1st, marks the beginning of Movember.
This wears awareness of prostate cancer, testicular cancer, men's mental health, and suicide prevention. These are important issues for all of us, considering that 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. 1 out of 10 men will suffer from serious depression. That is over 24 men in this House of Commons alone. So what can we do? We need to talk, ask, listen, encourage action, and check in. Donc, j'invite.
So I invite all my colleagues to participate in this campaign to raise awareness about men's health issues.
Challenge you and all the male members of this House to grow a mo and save a bro. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dishneti, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he is a feminist whose most important relationship is with Indigenous peoples, and yet he believes that the basic human rights of Indigenous peoples, particularly Indigenous women, are subject to consultation. 150 years of colonization has dismantled the family unit in Indigenous communities and stripped women from their traditional roles. We saw the Liberals voting down an amendment to Bill S-3 that calls for the full and final removal of sex discrimination from the Indian Act. This government believes it has the right to decide who is status and who is not. It is unthinkable that the 2017 Basic Human Rights can be so easily dismissed. That is why our laws need to be in harmony with the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The basic human rights of Indigenous peoples are not for negotiation. They are universal and must be treated as such.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Foreign Affairs Committee was at the United Nations in New York City. New York is one of the world's great cities, with diversity, opportunity for all, and the unique combination of business, arts, and culture. It's the city that never sleeps and the city that never fails to impress. That's why the Conservative opposition and all Canadians were horrified by the attack yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Our hearts are with the families of the 8 people killed in that terror attack, and our prayers are with the families of 11 people injured in that senseless act of violence. Violence acted in the name of terrorism in a city that knows that only too well. Mr. Speaker, in 1961, President Kennedy in this place described the relationship between our two countries this way: geography has made us neighbor, but history has made us friends. Well, today, to my American friends, we send our deepest condolences in your loss and our strongest resolves to stand with you as we fight against acts of terror.
The honourable member for Melpeck.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians last evening were shocked to learn about the senseless terrorist attack in New York City that caused a terrible and unnecessary loss of life. We in this place stand with all Canadians in offering our sincere condolences to to those mourning the loss of family and friends. Innocent people doing nothing more than going about their daily lives or visiting Manhattan had life extinguished, others injured, their lives changed forever. We condemn such senseless acts by those who attack democracy, our values, and our freedoms. Much like the city itself, New Yorkers are resilient. Tragic events like yesterday will not deter them from going about their lives, nor should it. Stories of heroism and strength of community are already emerging. As before, the city and the people of New York will not be shaken. To our American friends, our allies and neighbours, we share in your grief, extend our prayers, and stand with you on this day.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister attempted to lecture the opposition yesterday. It didn't go very well. Could the Prime Minister tell Canadians why it's acceptable to control personal assets in a family business when that same minister is legislating in the realm of pensions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the House, we have Canadians from all different backgrounds and experiences, and it's important to be able to discuss openly and freely things that matter to Canadians and the country. But we have an ethics commissioner who is there to ensure that the rules are followed, that the protocols are there to protect the integrity of our parliamentary institutions. And we here on this side of the House, we support and celebrate the work the Commissioner does. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Ethics Commissioner can only do her job if the government ministers actually provide her accurate information. And we know that didn't happen because the Finance Minister was fined for breaking the law. Now, yesterday he said that the problem is that other people just don't understand how it works. Right. Well, we know how it's supposed to work. Finance ministers should not be able to have direct control over assets that they own while they regulate and legislate in those very areas that their companies operate in. So a very simple question for the Prime Minister. When was he made aware that the Finance Minister still owns shares in Morneau Chappelle?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the members of this House of Commons rely on the excellent work done by the Commissioner to ensure that all the rules are followed, that all the safeguards are in place to uphold the highest level of trust that Canadians have given to each of the 338 members who sit in this House. The personal and nasty attacks by the members opposite to try and lower Canadians' confidence in our institutions is quite frankly what they rejected after 10 years of that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition Order, alors.
We rely on the Ethics Commissioner to do her job, and she relies on ministers of the Crown to be honest and open with what they hold in their assets. And that's something that this Finance Minister has failed to do. So again, to the Prime Minister, on what date was he made aware that the Finance Minister failed to disclose his corporation in France?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we hear from these Conservatives thinly veiled attacks on the quality of work done by the Ethics Commissioner, which, quite frankly, is no surprise, because for 10 years, those members were part of a government that attacked the Elections Commissioner, that attacked Supreme Court justices, that attacked information commissioners, privacy commissioners, that attacked the parliamentary budget officer, that attacked anyone who got in their way of ramming through their views of things. We respect Parliament.
Order. I'd ask a member for the Banff-Airdrie and others not to be talking or yelling when someone else has the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the only people in this House right now that don't respect the work of the Ethics Commissioner are the ministers of the Crown and the Finance Minister, who failed to disclose, who hid his corporation in France, and who has now been fined for breaking the law. He has failed to be open about his many assets. He has failed to answer simple questions about what he owns and why he structured it in the way he has. We're still going to ask some very simple questions. Can the Prime Minister tell us if the Ethics Commissioner has been informed of the Finance Minister's recusals from the 2 meetings that he claims that he recused himself from?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've done a couple of times, but I think it's important to do, particularly today when so many young people are in this House today watching the workings of our Parliament, is to explain that it is perfectly normal and even important for the opposition to be asking difficult questions of a government. That's at the core of what we have as a government. But it's also, because of the nature of those attacks, important to have independent commissioners in which we can all have confidence to ensure that the rules are followed in the appropriate manner. That is what we is always doing. What is coming from the opposition is noise.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister insists that the Finance Minister was not in a conflict of interest, but we now know that's false. But the question still remains around Bill C-27, which could directly benefit the Finance Minister's family business. So, can the Prime Minister tell us whether the Finance Minister consulted the Ethics Commissioner before tabling Bill C-27 in the House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as everyone in this Parliament knows, when you get elected, you work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that you're following the rules and principles. The Finance Minister offered to go above and beyond what the Ethics Commissioner advised because he knew how important it was, and we do too, to keep the confidence of voters. So we will continue to work with the Ethics Commissioner and with all commissioners here in Parliament to make sure that we respect and defend the institutions in this place. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque.
Commissioner, but here's the thing. She can't block those loopholes. The government could and choose to block efforts to do so. The Prime Minister might think otherwise, but Canadians' trust have been betrayed by the Finance Minister's ethical failings. Someone once said, and I quote, "The Prime Minister needs to show leadership and take responsibility for the actions of the people he appointed and hired." Who said that, you might ask? This very Prime Minister during the Duffy scandal. Clearly, the Prime Minister does not understand what a conflict of interest is. Does he also need help understanding leadership and responsibility?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government has always chosen to look to raise the bar on openness and transparency, has continually worked and respected with the commissioners, whether it be the Ethics Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner. That's part of what Canadians asked us to do when they chose us as government 2 years ago, after 10 years of a government that had completely disrespected the institutions that protect our democracy. That is what we continue to focus on while we focus on the concerns and the issues that matter to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. I'd like to remind the Prime Minister that during the Senate expenses scandal in 2013, the current Prime Minister tweeted, quote, "Conservatives' lack of ethics equals Canadians' confidence in Parliament shaken. Time to hashtag raise the bar on accountability," end quote. After their own scandals around fundraising, the Prime Minister's vacation on the Aga Khan's private island, and the Finance Minister's involvement in C-27, does the Prime Minister still believe he has hashtag raised the bar on accountability? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We continue to demonstrate our openness and transparency, and that's what Canadians asked us to do 2 years ago. We will continue to show an open, accountable government directly to Canadians, and like I do every Wednesday, I answer all the questions. I'm showing time and time again how well we understand that keeping the confidence of Canadians is essential in order for government to work well. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. It's hard to believe, but barely 4 years ago, this Prime Minister was quick to criticize the Conservative government over ethical shortcomings like the Senate scandal. We all know the Liberals love using #RealChange and raise the bar, but we're not so sure that they really mean it. Could the Prime Minister do the right thing and actually raise the bar on accountability? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do so. In 2013, the Liberal Party was the one that showed openness and proactive disclosure. I admit it was a surprise. The Conservatives immediately supported it, but the NDP didn't want to climb on the proactive disclosure bandwagon, and now we understand their approach to ethics. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister once said, and I quote, "Canadians ask for open and honest government. Instead, they have been saddled with secrecy, cynicism, and rampant ethical scandals." He was talking about the Duffy scandal, but I understand your confusion, Mr. Speaker. He could have said the exact same thing about his own government. So when exactly does the Prime Minister think his sunny ways are going to come and clean up this government's secrecy, cynicism, and scandals?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party and in this government have always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. That's why we have moved forward on openness and transparency in ways that, yes, perhaps open us to a few more attacks from the members opposite, but ultimately create the confidence that Canadians must have in their democratic institutions.
Sir, order, order. I have to wonder if some folks had too much sugar last night. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Order. Order.
We will continue to take very seriously the trust that Canadians placed in us by remaining open, transparent, and accountable to the opposition and to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks now, the Prime Minister's been saying his Finance Minister was not in a conflict of interest. He said so even yesterday, all throughout question period. Now that the Ethics Commissioner has sanctioned him for these conflicts of interest, the conclusion is crystal clear. We know the Prime Minister was aware. So the question is simple. When did the Prime Minister know his minister had broken the law and was in a conflict of interest? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've often said, the Finance Minister worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that everything was by the book. And he even went above and beyond what the Commissioner asked him to do initially. If the members opposite want to talk numbers, I have some numbers for them. 20,060 children in Richmond-Arthabaska received an average of $540 per family with the child benefit. That's what the Finance Minister's done. We're making a difference for them and for everyone. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the Prime Minister learning to answer simple questions. The Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that the Finance Minister broke the law and that he even paid the fine for it. This clearly shows the Prime Minister already knew about the Commissioner's decision yesterday. Try as the Prime Minister might to deny it all, the reality won't change at all. His minister broke the law. Is the Prime Minister telling Canadians his Finance Minister is above the law? Can he tell that to Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we understand that the opposition has to ask tough questions and even launch unfounded accusations to try to keep the government on its toes. That's understandable. That's our democratic system. But you also have to remember that we have commissioners like the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to make sure that everyone's following the rules that are institutions and rules are being followed and that we go above simple partisanship, as the opposition is demonstrating, and that we can continue to show our confidence in the Commissioner, and Canadians can have confidence in us.
Mr. Speaker, ironically, I think this is the only time that the Prime Minister isn't trying to make something about himself. For 2 years, the Finance Minister led Canadians to believe that his assets were in a blind trust, and that was untrue. For 2 years, the Finance Minister has led the House to believe that he complied with the rules of the Ethics Commissioner, also untrue. The Minister has been fined. The Minister broke the law. Is this the higher standard that the Prime Minister says he's holding his ministers to? When will the Prime Minister tell us when he knew that the Minister had broken the law?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is right. This House shouldn't be about any individual one of us. It should be about the impact we have on Canadians. And let me talk to you about Canadians. Let me talk to you about young people in Milton, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk to you about the 25,630 children in Milton who are receiving an average of $520 per family because of the Canada Child Benefit. That we can give them, because unlike the Conservatives, we believe in helping those who need it.
Order. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister indicated earlier that we're just throwing noise at him. Well, I speak on behalf of the parents of those 25,630 children, and they want to know exactly what is going on with the Finance Minister and his breaking the law. The Finance Minister's mandate letter from the Prime Minister said, I expect you to embody these values in your work and observe the highest ethical standards in everything you do. It's kind of like what we as parents teach our children. But here's the difference, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister, when did he know that the Minister broke the law? And he's not abiding by the rules.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know those parents in Milton, like those parents across the country, will be pleased to know that there is an ethics commissioner who takes seriously her job and ensures that the rules are followed as they are being followed by all of us in this House. But those parents also know that since the government changed, since we now have our government in place, they have been receiving larger benefit checks every month, tax-free, because the Conservatives chose to send those child benefit checks to millionaire families, and we send them to the people who actually need them. And the economic growth we've seen in this country.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Carlton. We look alike.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is sending child care benefits to one millionaire himself. But earlier today, he said that sunshine is the greatest disinfectant. Yet, the Finance Minister's myriad of numbered companies are shrouded in darkness. We don't know what other conflicts he has hidden among the assets in those numbered companies. So will the Prime Minister agree to tell the Finance Minister to throw open the shutters and let in the sunshine so that we can see what's inside those companies?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can see from the member opposite that they're not. They have actually had a difficult time with this concept for 10 years. This member opposite was part of the most secretive, opaque, untrusting and untrustworthy government that Canada has ever seen. The level of openness and transparency we have shown, the level of respect we have offered the Commissioners of Parliament, the Elections Canada Commissioner, Justices of the Supreme Court, that they never showed is part of why Canadians have trusted us to deliver the kind of growth that 10 years of Conservatives never could.
Order, please. Order. I'm sure the Honourable Member for Foothills has a fabulous voice, but I encourage you to sing perhaps at a different time. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has gone so far as to suggest that somehow it would be disrespectful to the Ethics Commissioner if the Finance Minister were to tell us what he's hiding in his numbered companies. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Prime Minister can tell us Did the Ethics Commissioner ban the Finance Minister from sharing with Canadians what assets he holds in those numbered companies?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite wants to talk about numbers, and I know he's wondering just how many young people in Carleton have been receiving the Canada Child Benefit. Well, I can tell him it's been 16,200 kids in his riding that are receiving an average of $430 per family a month to help with the high costs of raising families, of buying new clothes, of after-school activities. These are the things that are making a difference for the families in his riding that we've increased because, unlike their government, we don't help them.
Order. Alors, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Jonquière. The NDP and unions have sounded the alarm on Bill C-27, which gives priority to wealthy business cronies over the interests of workers and retirees. The risk associated with pensions will be shifted from employers onto workers. Today, my colleague will present a motion to withdraw the bill and do the right thing. The Prime Minister loves to say he's working for the middle class. So, is he going to work for our workers and retirees and scrap Bill C-27? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of what we've accomplished for our workers and retirees. For workers, we've lowered taxes for the middle class and increased them for the wealthiest 1%. We're currently lowering taxes for small business so that they can hire more workers. And we're also working on behalf of retirees. We increased the guaranteed income supplement for the most vulnerable seniors by $1,000 a year. And we've boosted the Canada Pension Plan because we know that for the current generation, it's important to have reliable pensions. That's what we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe you can answer this question since you didn't answer the others. Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister say his government is working for the middle class when they have put forward a bill with the sole intent of shifting the risk of pension plans from the employer to the employee? Mr. Speaker, that's not working for the middle class. That's working for the wealthy and well-connected. And the fact that the Prime Minister is still considering going forward with this bill, which will have huge impacts on middle-class workers, proves that he is completely disconnected from the middle class. So, simple question. Will he do what's right and withdraw Bill C-27?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just a week ago, we announced that we were going to be increasing the working income tax benefit by about $750 million in 2019. That's going to put more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians and make a huge impact in the economic growth and the opportunities that hardworking Canadians have. We are always looking for ways to continue to help workers and their families and prepare them for their retirement. That is what we are going to continue to do because this government is focused on the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that one of the talking points the Prime Minister is using today is that we believe in helping those who need it. So I'm just wondering if he could clarify that when he said that, if he meant helping the Finance Minister who holds stocks in a company that saw its share price increase after he introduced Bill C-27.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government delivered Canada Child benefits that went to every family across the country, including the wealthiest families. We didn't think that was fair, and we got a lot of grief from the Conservatives who disagree with us on that. But we think doing more for the families who need it and less for the families who don't is a way of growing the economy. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It worked. Right. The Canada Child Benefit, lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%, and now lowering small business taxes and increasing the WIPI work.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, that's why the GDP has shrunk and the deficit has increased, I'm sure, but nonetheless, the Prime Minister has said, sorry, other way around. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also said that we rely on the excellent work of the Ethics Commissioner. But the reality is that the buck stops with him, with all of his cabinet ministers. Day after day, the Prime Minister has been standing up and saying that nothing has been done wrong. Yet today, the Ethics Commissioner said the Finance Minister broke the law. So why is the Prime Minister continuing to stand up and cover for his minister?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, day after day I stand up and defend the Ethics Commissioner and talk about the fact that everyone in this House works with her and respects the work and the advice that she gives. That is one of the foundations of the functionings of this place, that despite the back and forth we do have someone independent of partisanship who actually ensures that the rules are followed, and when mistakes are made, they are rectified. That is the role of the Ethics Commissioner, and that's exactly what I have been standing up time and time again and trying to explain to the members opposite.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there you have it. Rather than raising the bar on the ethics of Liberal cabinet ministers as the Prime Minister mandated in his letters, the Finance Minister, with the Prime Minister's help, has lowered it. Right. The Ethics Commissioner has now confirmed that the Finance Minister broke the law and was fined. The Minister broke the law and the Prime Minister turns a blind eye to it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, since there's so many young people here today, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister one simple question. Is breaking the law now the new normal for the Prime Minister of Canada and his cabinet ministers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that the member for Barrie Innisfil brought up the young people in this place today. It's important for them to know that despite the back and forth that gets quite robust sometimes, particularly on Wednesdays, we do have a system that ensures that beyond partisanship, everyone in this place follows the rules, and if there are mistakes made, that there are consequences for it. We have a commissioner in place to defend the institutions of Parliament, the institutions of democracy. Unfortunately, for 10 years, the members opposite spent their time attacking those folks who were defending our democracy.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Order.
But the rules weren't followed, Mr. Speaker. They were broken.
Exactly.
Right. Broken. The Prime Minister's letter told the Minister he had an obligation, and I quote, that it's not fully discharged by simply acting within the law, and he must live up to the highest standards of honesty and impartiality. But now we know the Minister broke the law. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, in Barrie Innisfil, you're either accountable or you justify. How can the Prime Minister keep making excuses for this Finance Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I'm demonstrating that we respect and work with and follow the advice of the Ethics Commissioner. But I know the member from Barrie Innisfil wants to know how kids in his riding are doing. Mr. Speaker, 19,730 children in his riding are doing better because of the Canada Child Benefit. That's an average monthly check to families of $540. Money that's being delivered to those families because the Conservatives gave them to everyone. We're giving them to those who need it the most.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the head of Morneau Chappelle stated at the end of 2015 that his company viewed the transfer of pension fund risk from employers to employees as a major business opportunity. Funny coincidence, the Minister of Finance tabled Bill C-27, a bill doing just that, only a few months later. If the Prime Minister likes the middle class as much as he says he does, why did he let his Minister of Finance table a bill that goes after workers' pensions to enrich his friends? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I will happily speak about what we're doing for the middle class, for workers and for our pensioners. We brought down the age of retirement from 67 to 65 because the Conservative government had brought it up. We are delivering $1,000 per year more for our most vulnerable seniors, and we enhanced the Canada Pension Plan for the first time in generations because we know that investing in pensions and retirement for our workers is important.
Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, do you want to know why Morneau Chappelle has been asking for legislation enabling target benefit pension plans for years? Because these plans are good for their clients and their employers, but not so good for the employees. Tabling a bill that places the burden of risk and accountability on pensioners is not working for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. It's working for corporate interests. Will the Prime Minister stop spewing talking points about the middle class and really help them by withdrawing C-27?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
From the beginning of this government's mandate, we have focused on helping the middle class in concrete ways, whether it was lowering taxes for the middle class, raising them on the wealthiest 1%, or delivering a Canada Child benefit that helps families directly, including in North Island Powell River, Mr. Speaker, where 14,350 young people will be receiving larger checks, help every month with the high costs of raising their families. That's a $600 check on average to families every month, and it's making a real difference for the folks in your riding.
The member for Cloverdale, Langley City. Order.
Mr. Speaker, our oceans are central to our Canadian heritage and identity. With the longest coastline in the world and bordering 3 oceans, Canada is truly a maritime nation. However, our oceans are under threat from climate change, overfishing, and pollution. That's why we promised Canadians in the last election to protect 5% of our oceans by the end of this year and 10% by 2020. Could the Prime Minister update this House on the status of this commitment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for Cloverdale Langley City for his great question and his hard work. In 2015, we promised to protect 5% of Canada's oceans by 2017, and we have delivered. 5.22% of our marine and coastal areas are now protected, up from less than 1% 2 years ago. These protections are based on sound science, extensive consultation, and transparent decision-making. We will continue to work towards our goal of protecting 10% of our marine and coastal areas by 2020, and we're all going to work together to protect our oceans for future.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Post reports that sufferers of autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and other mental health issues are the latest victims of a clampdown on access to the disability tax credit. Families I met with told me how the Liberals have taken thousands of dollars from RDSPs used for saving for their disabled children's future. Can the Prime Minister please explain to Canadians exactly how shaking down our most vulnerable citizens is a fair and balanced approach on taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to supporting our most vulnerable citizens. That's why we're moving forward with a National Disability Act that will remove barriers to access and success for all Canadians who are living with disabilities. On top of that, in regards to mental health, I can tell the honourable member that we are delivering record numbers of support and tax breaks through the disability tax credit to sufferers of mental health, more last year than any previous year. We are continuing to focus on supporting the most vulnerable because that's what Canadians expect of this government.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are moving heaven and earth to find more money to cover their out-of-control spending. There are many victims, agricultural producers, employee discounts, small businesses, and they only stop when they're caught red-handed, Mr. Speaker. Now, they're choosing winners and losers in deciding who deserves support. Shane, a citizen of Alberta who is diabetic, is angry. He says, according to them, I'm no longer disabled, but my situation hasn't changed, and this makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, rather than let the Minister of Revenue take on the role of medical practitioner, when will the Prime Minister give Shane his tax credit back? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are always trying to make sure that anyone who qualifies for benefits gets them. It's very important to note that many Canadians live in difficult circumstances, and that's why our government has always taken a compassionate approach to assist those who need it, to help families who need assistance. And the member for Mégantic-L'Érable will be very happy to learn that in his riding, 14,890 young people are receiving the Canada Child benefit, which makes a true difference in their communities.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly it's unimaginable that any government could be so heartless as to take away from people suffering diabetes the benefits that they have just to save a few bucks. But now we're hearing reports that the Liberals are also targeting Canadians with mental health illnesses and autism to help pay for their out-of-control spending. Enough is enough. When will the Prime Minister stop treating Canada's most vulnerable as if they are tax cheats?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that all Canadians have access to the credits and benefits that they're entitled to. We've made it easier to access services with the support of the disability tax credit. And it's important to note, the approval rate for this tax credit in relation to mental health was actually at an all-time high for 2016 and 2017. And we're investing $5 billion to ensure mental health supports for over 500,000 Canadians under the age of 25.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Eligibility for the disability tax credit for diabetics depends on whether they require 14 hours of life-sustaining therapy per week, according to Section 118 of the Income Tax Act. A doctor certifies whether they meet that requirement. But this Prime Minister's Revenue Minister wrote a letter in which she says that it is unlikely for diabetics to reach that requirement. She is overriding the decision of doctors. Will he tell her to stop interfering politically and cancel this tax increase on our most vulnerable Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is Canadians don't believe Conservatives when they come forward with these sorts of things. It's their government that cut health benefits for refugees. They're the ones who shuttered 9 veteran services offices. That was one of the things that Canadians asked us to fix, that we restore those benefits and that we demonstrate the kind of compassion that Canadians expect of their government that they went without for 10 years. That's exactly what we are focusing on doing. We are ensuring that all Canadians who have access to these credits and benefits get access to them.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance's scandals become kryptonite, hasn't it? He tabled a rotten bill, Bill C-27, that has been increasing the values of the shares in his company, Morneau Chappelle, caught red-handed because he benefited while being in a conflict of interest. He has admitted his guilt and said he'll pay everything back. Is that how things are done in the wonderful world of millionaires? Mr. Speaker, if you're in trouble, you simply take out your checkbook and you buy your piece back with $5 million and make it all go away? Perhaps the Minister of Finance is living on a different planet, and if he's living on the same planet, he should withdraw Bill C-27. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we know that opposition members have to attack the government, and they also make personal attacks. However, in our democratic system, in our parliamentary system, we have commissioners who are responsible for ensuring that all the rules are followed, that if any mistakes are made, they are corrected. That is something Canadians trust in, and that is something all parliamentarians can trust. It's the very basis of our political system.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the head honcho at Morneau Chappelle told investors in 2013 that legislation was required to open up that lucrative Canadian market to attack defined pensions. And as minister, he gave them Bill C-27, and voila, stocks in Morneau Chappelle went through the roof, and he made gazoodles of money. And now he's been found guilty of, what, a $200 fine? The Prime Minister calls that raising the bar. That's more like an open bar for Morneau Chappelle. Meanwhile, Canadian pensioners remain at the mercy of that privatized pension king of Bay Street. So to the Prime Minister, will he withdraw Bill C-27 and put his minister in his place?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in regards to our seniors, it is this Minister of Finance who negotiated a historic strengthening of the Canada Pension Plan within his first months of being in office. This is a minister who increased the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable seniors by close to $1,000. This is the minister who ensured that retirement age would decrease from 67 to 65 for all Canadians because that was the right thing to do. We have been focused focused on supporting our seniors, supporting our pensioners, and on this side of the aisle, we always will.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just introduced their budget bill, which joins Canada to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So the government is going to transfer up to $500 million into this bank for infrastructure outside of Canada, while at the same time the PBO reports that the government is behind on infrastructure spending within Canada. So why is the government spending money on infrastructure projects halfway across the world when they're behind on fixing our worn-out bridges, roads, and highways right here at home?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the member opposite, our party ran on a platform of investing in our communities, of putting forward record amounts of infrastructure investments.
Order. Order. I know it's Wednesday. Members are really happy to be here, I know, and excited and want to all get in on the action, but we have to wait our turn. The Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Order.
We chose to invest in our communities, to invest in infrastructure, in bridges, in roads, in public transit systems, in wastewater systems that our municipalities, that our provinces needed, that our citizens needed. We are going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to do that in the right way to continue to benefit the growing of the economy and support for the middle class and those working hard to join it.
I would encourage the member for Richmond Centre not to be yelling in the House when she doesn't have the floor.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we are very worried about a high-tech neighbourhood being planned for Toronto. This data centre will store a considerable amount of personal information about Canadians, and we are very concerned. Mr. Speaker, in similar cases in the United States, stored data is subject to the Patriot Act. But how will the confidentiality of this information be guaranteed here in Canada and Toronto? Mr. Speaker, who will ensure that Canadians' personal information will be kept confidential, and where will the data be stored? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government takes very seriously its responsibility to protect the privacy of Canadians, and that's why we are working very hard to improve and modernize our systems in order to make sure that Canadians control the information of Canadians. We know this is very important in a more globalized world. We know it's important to ensure the security of data, and that's why we're working very hard in this area.
Riverbend.
Recently, the Prime Minister was in Toronto with Google to announce the construction of a high-tech neighbourhood. The Google experiment will use data gained from cameras, smartphone apps, and sensors to design and maintain the project. But Canadians are concerned and want to know who owns the data and what will they do with it. What guarantees will the Prime Minister give that the privacy of Canadians will be protected?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the world is changing in a rapid way, and it's important that Canadians not just be part of it, but help shape the way the world is going to change in a way that respects people's rights and freedoms, respects people's privacy, and ensures that the right balance between innovation and economic growth and opportunities be matched with a defence of our charter rights and of those inherent rights of Canadians. That is why we are so excited about the fact that the world is looking to Canada as a place to innovate, to build the cities of the future in ways that benefits all of our citizens, not just the wealthiest 1%.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government tabled Budget Implementation Act 2017 No. 2.
2017 is the next step in our government's ambitious plan to make smart investments that will create jobs, grow our economy, and provide more opportunities for the middle class in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across Canada.
Can the Prime Minister tell this House how we will ensure that the Canadian middle class will be made the priority in Budget 2017's measures? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his question, and I'd like to congratulate him on his bilingualism. Canadians are at the very heart of our innovative economy that is creating more jobs for the middle class. We are helping Canadians workers in federally regulated sectors. We are helping them balance their professional and their family lives with more flexible work arrangements. This will help them adapt to changing working conditions. And as the PBO said, our investments in Canadians and in our economy is working.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we've become accustomed in this House to Liberal ministers violating the written and the unwritten laws and rules of the House. And in every case, after obfuscation and stonewalling, there is an admission of wrongdoing with various excuses and justifications. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have photographic evidence that the Minister of Sports and Disabilities improperly used parliamentary resources campaigning for his dad in a recent Calgary election. Does the Prime Minister support what the Minister did, or does the Prime Minister think the Minister should follow the rules?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of a government that paid no attention to the rules, that chose secrecy, obfuscation, and partisan advantage over just about everything else, I think Canadians are relieved to have a government that takes transparency, accountability, and openness as seriously as we do. We will continue to follow the rules. We will continue to demonstrate that Canadians were right to place their trust in us. We will continue to demonstrate that we are worthy day in and day out of the trust Canadians placed in us.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It's truly amazing as you can say all of that with a straight face. You know, we did some quick research as to how many Canadians in the riding of Toronto Centre benefited from the introduction of Bill C-27. We found one. It was the Finance Minister. He gained $2 million in 4 days. It's remarkable. You know, this Prime Minister says he respects Parliament so much that he looks at serious ethical violations and calls them noise. He's worried about the young people so much that he just spent an hour not answering a single direct question from the government, from the opposition. So will he end all of this, and this is the only way to do it, is if he will end his attack.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in sunny ways. I believe in staying focused on Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. I believe that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and openness and transparency is what Canadians expect. That is what we will always stand for. I respect the member opposite tremendously for his responsibility to ask difficult questions and to press the government on it. I am going to stay focused on doing the right things the right way, on ensuring our team is doing that, and always respecting the Ethics Commissioner for the work she does to ensure that we all follow the rules.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, derelict vessels are a problem for many coastal communities, including in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. That's why I introduced M40 and was very proud when this House adopted this motion unanimously. Earlier this week, our government introduced C-64 in Parliament to address this important issue. Can the Prime Minister please update Canadians on the new measures included in this unprecedented legislation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from South Shore St. Margaret's for her question and for her advocacy on this important file. Following up on our Oceans Protection Plan, which I announced a year ago, we introduced legislation to vessel owners responsible for wrecked, abandoned, or hazardous vessels. This legislation is the first of its kind in Canada, and with it, we are delivering on our commitment to better safeguard the environment, increase the safety of Canadians, and strengthen local economies. Coastal communities across the country can continue to count on our support.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Donnacona prison, workers demonstrated so that they could simply be paid. This government set October 31st, 2016 as the deadline for dealing with Phoenix problems, and 1 year later, nothing has been resolved. Mr. Speaker, without having resolved one employee's pay issues, the government simply paid itself and then forced the worker to live on $300 with no forewarning. It's 2017. Why can't the Prime Minister find a solution and pay honest employees working for the government properly? What is their new deadline, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pay centres related problems are absolutely unacceptable, and Goss Kilroy's report confirms that the cost of the project had been underestimated by the previous government at the planning stage. Our priority is the same now. We want to ensure that civil servants are paid on time and correctly. We are working across the government in 4 different sectors: governance, improving processes, working on capacity and partnerships, and we will continue to work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. Well, during my riding, many constituents expressed concerns about Nunavut's low standard of living. Currently, we are heavily dependent on federal transfers. However, access to own source revenues would go a long way in improving the standard. The recent moratorium on oil and gas, although beneficial for the Arctic environment, also removes this potential own source revenue. My question is, how will the Prime Minister work with the new territorial government to improve our standard of living and achieve a stable and self-sustaining economy in Nunavut? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Nunavut for his question. We believe in real collaboration to support families, to build sustainable communities, and to create robust economies. We're committed to working with the newly elected officials of Nunavut on a new Arctic policy framework which will replace the outdated Northern strategy. We will continue to support the people of Nunavut in their decision-making over resource development and conservation that affects their communities, culture, and well-being. We are putting Northerners in the driver's seat to drive their economy now and into the future.
I would like to draw to the attention of members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Reza Moridi, Minister of Research, Innovation and Science for the Province of Ontario. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain is rising on a point of order, which I have noticed already, and then I'll go to the member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the order for second reading and reference to the Standing Committee of Finance of Bill C-27, an act to amend the Pensions Benefit and Standards Act 1985, be discharged and the bill withdrawn from the order paper.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order arising from question period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is customary under the standing orders for members to table in the House of Commons documents that they have made reference to during debate or question period. Earlier on, I explained that the requirement to receive the disability tax credit was for someone to require 14 hours a week of life-sustaining therapy, and that the minister had, if the minister had denied people whose doctor has certified they had met that. I have in my hands the letter in which she actually writes that people suffering from diabetes are not eligible to meet that requirement, even when their doctors have certified that they are. I know the Prime Minister will want to read this.
The honourable member is asking for unanimous consent to table the document. There is no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. Order. I know those are important conversations. They're often valuable. I've experienced it. And I'd ask members to assist me by saying shh. I thank colleagues for their cooperation. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Merci, Monsieur le Président et Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 941 concerning the protection of refugees, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual report on immigration 2017. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 15 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the bilateral mission in the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of the Gambia, in Accra, Ghana, and in Banjul, the Gambia, from August 25th to 30th, 2017. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Honorable Député de Yukon.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
J'ai l'honneur de présenter.
On 4-H Club Day, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 43rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee indicates that, pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the committee met to study at second reading a bill from the Senate and recommended that the following not be designated non-votable, but that it be studied by the House.
Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very timely petition in light of discussion about potential unfairness, allegedly, of income splitting. I have constituents who believe that income splitting that was taken away by the government should be restored for all Canadians. They write that the government's elimination of the family tax credit has stripped thousands of families of much-needed tax breaks, and that it is imperative that the family tax credit or a similar effective vehicle for income splitting be reinstated so that Canadians, not the government, can decide how to spend their hard-earned money. This calls on the House of Commons to act quickly to reinstate income splitting for all Canadians.
Hear, hear. For Oakville North, Burlington.
Speaker, as a longtime advocate for safe cycling, I'm pleased to present petition E957, which calls on the government to establish minimum standards for quality and safety through the Trans-Canada Trail Act to ensure the trail is a true world-class greenway. Over 2,000 Canadians showed their support and signed this petition, and I'm very pleased to present it here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to present a petition for residents of Saanich Gulf Islands calling on the House of Commons to use the precautionary principle and to finally go ahead and enact the 75 recommendations of the Royal Commission headed by Mr. Justice Bruce Cohen on wild salmon in BC. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to protect the very endangered southern resident killer whale population. This population is now down to 76 animals, and the concerns of vessels approaching, of noise and other threats imperil the survival of the species. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you.
I want to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petition E1054, initiated by a gentleman I know whose name is Dean Penton from Joe Bat's Arm, talking about the fishery. He states the undersigned citizens of Canada to conduct a public inquiry to examine all aspects of the Newfoundland and Labrador fisheries management, the roles of DFO, the FFAW, the groundfish moratorium, all science and management related issues. I present this with a total of 1,190 signatures. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to table a petition. The signatories say that the passenger train from Algoma is still not on the rails, and the impact is quite difficult for companies and passengers. They say that 75% of properties are inaccessible, and the other means of access are not secure, they're not available year-round, and so on. And they say that the other options are often not accessible either. So they're calling on the government to restore the passenger train service in Algoma in order to fulfill Transport Canada's mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from my residents of Burnaby South and, of course, residents all across British Columbia. The petition's entitled Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline is not in our national interest. The petitioners go on to list how they're opposed to increased tanker traffic in the Burrard Inlet, as well as bitumen is very hard to clean up. They're especially upset because the Kinder Morgan has installed anti-salmon spawning nets and fencing all across rivers in British Columbia. Kinder Morgan has not removed these fencing, and this fencing, and the petitioners are calling on the government to make sure they're removed, and I call on the government to make sure that they take this action. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Just to remind honourable colleagues that during second petitions we don't debate or present arguments, of course, on things. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1103 and question 1113. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response is to question 1107, question 1109, question 1110, question 1112, question 1115, question 1116, question 1117, question 1119, question 1120, and question 1121 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
At the pleasure of the House, that the aforementioned questions be made order for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act, at report stage.
Motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-45. Les motions numéro 1.
Motions number 1 and 4 to 10 will not be selected by the chair because they could have been, by the speaker, because they could have been presented in committee.
Satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 76.15 regarding the selection of motions in amendment at the report stage. Motions number 2 and 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now put motions number 2 and 3 to the House.
Madame May, Saanich Gulf Islands, appuyée.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded, moves that Bill C-45 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 3, Ms. Gladue.
Ms. MacLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou moves that Bill C-45 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my seconder from the Bloc Québécois for his support for my motion.
We're in a position at report stage that were it not for a motion passed in committee that is identical to every other committee's motion to reduce my rights as a member of Parliament, I would be able to submit today at report stage substantive and detailed amendments such as I had to do before committee. I raise this now, Mr. Speaker, and previous speakers have ruled that this discriminatory procedure, the first time in the history of Parliament that a majority Parliament, the majority of MPs in the House, at the request of a Prime Minister's office, have reduced the rights of individual members of Parliament who have this artificial threshold. Only Canada, within Westminster parliamentary democracies, has this rule that there's such a thing as a recognized party, and that below 12 seats, you're not a recognized party. It's unique to Canada, but I digress. The rights I would have without the PMO-directed motions, identical in every committee, dreamt up under former Prime Minister Harper's PMO and repeated under this Prime Minister's PMO, reduce the rights of MPs such as myself to present detailed substantive amendments at report stage. This is called an opportunity, and I put the opportunity in quotes. I'm using air quotes as I stand here, but for benefit of Hansard, this is not an opportunity. This is a coercive process in which my amendments are deemed to have been presented. So I do want to make note of the fact that this procedure has become increasingly difficult, running from committee to committee, sometimes clause by clause of different committees happen at exactly the same moment. In this case, my amendments to committee went forward, and I have to say I regret very much that my substantive opportunity to speak to these motion amendments was precluded by illness. So I wanted to put on the record that I had more detailed, targeted, substantive amendments. They were all defeated in my absence. I think they clearly would have been defeated had I been there. But I did want to thank the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway for, in my absence, attempting to argue that my amendments had merit and attempting to help some of them get through. So now at report stage, I'm precluded from putting forward substantive amendments, as the Speaker will know, and I'm bringing forward deletions of those sections of the bill that are most difficult. Let's step back and explain what the difficulty is for members such as myself. I lead the Green Party of Canada, the first party in Canada to call for the legalization of cannabis. That is for the reason that is cited so often by government members in explaining why the Liberal Party campaigned on the legalization of cannabis. It's very clear that prohibition of cannabis is a failed policy. It's very clear that prohibition of cannabis profits primarily organized crime and fuels an underground economy whose main beneficiaries are people in organized crime. It's clear that it takes people who are otherwise honest, law-abiding Canadians and gives them a criminal record. There are many ills that come from the failed policy of prohibition. But one of them particularly is that fuels grow-ops, which take up residence in otherwise calm, quiet residential cul-de-sacs, and gang wars that break out have, in some cases, criminals have broken into the homes of innocent people because they think it's a rival grow-op. In some cases, police have kicked down the doors of otherwise legal people who are completely not involved in grow-ops, but there's been mistaken identity cases because quiet neighborhoods can breed grow-ops. So I'm entirely in favor of anything that takes away the profit-making criminal activity in trafficking and growing cannabis. This legislation, therefore, is something that I should be able to support 100%. And the reason I can't is that it appears that in drafting this legislation, the governing Liberals were seized with something of a schizophrenia. On one hand, they want to legalize cannabis. On one hand, they recognize the overwhelming scientific evidence that there's nothing in the evidence of, for instance, the World Health Organization or other organizations focused on health that would make the case that cannabis is more dangerous or more addictive than otherwise legal substances that we also know are health hazards, such as tobacco and alcohol. They approached this drafting of cannabis legislation with the apparent intention, as publicized during the election campaign, of legalizing cannabis. But at the same time, they seem to be carrying a prohibition mindset into a legalization drafting. So I wanted to quote from one of the witnesses before the committee, Michael Spratt, who is a well-known and respected criminal lawyer. He's appeared a number of times before parliamentary committees, and I've drawn on his evidence in the past. I find him compelling. This is from an article he published under the title, Marijuana Bill, Another Example of Liberals' Broken Promises. And what he says is this, and I quote, "When it comes to legalization of marijuana, it seems that the Liberals will keep their promise, sort of. They pledged to legalize marijuana because it, quote, traps too many Canadians in the criminal justice system, close quote. Because illegal weed funds criminal organizations, and because legal but regulated cannabis keeps drugs away from our children. So in 2015, the Liberals promised to, quote, remove marijuana consumption and incidental possession from the criminal code, close inner quote." Continuing with Michael Spratt's article, quote, "The Liberals' proposed cannabis bill actually doesn't do any of these things very well. Sure, the legislation does legalize some marijuana, some of the time, under some circumstances, but it does not, quote, remove marijuana consumption and possession from the criminal code. In reality, the new bill is an unnecessarily complex piece of legislation that leaves intact the criminalization of marijuana in many circumstances." So my attempt, Mr. Speaker, is in this deletion to remove the risk that the distribution, which is defined as not selling, so this is the distribution basically giving a cannabis substance that in some situations is legal and in other situations is not legal. The situation which is not legal is to provide it to anyone under 18 years old. Now, I understand it's illegal to sell alcohol, depending on the province, to a minor. It's illegal to sell cigarettes to a minor, and so it should be. But this legislation is sending out a signal that says cannabis is far more dangerous than cigarettes or alcohol. There's no evidence for that. It's sending out a message that if you are 18 years old and ingesting cannabis, that's legal. But if you pass it to a friend who's in the same year as you in high school, and you think they're 18 but they're not, the onus is on you that you tried to find out how old they were before you passed the joint to your friend. Because otherwise you could spend 14 years in jail. This is an extreme punishment that is completely tone deaf to the Liberal campaign to legalize cannabis. It's out of sync with all the evidence. I don't understand how we could imagine for a moment, I hope judicial discretion will step in, but I can't imagine for a moment why we would think that someone who, without a profit motive, without any idea that what they're doing is illegal, distributes, that is to say, gives for free to someone they know, some cannabis, but that person happens to be under 18, that opens them up to a very harsh criminal sanction of 14 years in jail. There are other pieces of the legislation that I attempted to amend in committee, including treatment of edibles. This is something that, in terms of assistance to people who have need of medical marijuana, is a safer way of ingesting for many people than smoking. We're making a little progress there out of committee. I have to say it was good to see the majority Liberals accept amendments to remove some of the sillier provisions, such as a height restriction on the height of plants. There was some progress in increasing the amount that can be possessed before you have hit the criminal mark. But the Good Samaritan exception, again, credit to the Liberals for accepting that amendment. But the height restriction has at 100 centimeters has been removed. But much more could have been done to fix this bill in committee. We can still make progress here at report stage by accepting this amendment. I applaud the Liberals for the intent to legalize cannabis, but I decry the fact that this legalization is contaminated with a prohibition mindset that undoes a lot of what was promised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have substantive differences with the member about her assessment of the risks, and I think the medical evidence bears out clearly significant associations between marijuana use and mental health challenges, certainly things we want to avoid. I do want to ask the member about her comments with respect to the standing orders. I don't go out of my way to agree with the government, but the way that the standing orders in combinations with the motions that have been passed that I think most committees, if not all, work is that now every member has an opportunity to bring forward substantive amendments in committee, and thus they cannot bring amendments at report stage that they could have brought forward at committee. The member in question wants to have the right to bring forward substantive report stage amendments. I understand that, but as a member of a major recognized party, I'm not able to bring forward substantive amendments at report stage either, except in certain very particular circumstances, which would apply to the member as well, in which there's a great importance to the measure evaluated by the Speaker, which makes for an exception. So I wonder if the member could clarify that in this case, what she's asking for is actually a right that other members don't have, because nobody can bring forward substantive amendments at report stage if those could have been brought forward in committee.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I really appreciate my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, allowing me to amplify on this point. The reason that members of large recognized parties don't have the right to bring forward substantive motions at report stage is relatively new. It was a response to the over 700 amendments brought forward on the Nisga'a Treaty by what was, I think, then not the Conservative Party, but the Reform Party. The majority Liberals at that point took it to PROC, where, generally speaking, if we're going to change the way legislation moves to the House, it gets done at PROC. And those rights to bring forward amendments, and which is, again, a derogation of the individual right of every MP. We're all equals. We're not here elected as blocks of different parties. So this reduced the rights of every member in this place who's a member of the Liberals, the NDP, or the Conservatives, because if one of your colleagues sits on a committee, you don't get brought forward the chance to bring forward amendments here. Now, that provision is one that I think is unfortunate, but it did go through PROC and it did change the standing orders. For members such as myself who are not allowed to sit on any committees, we're given a fake opportunity, a false opportunity to have amendments brought forward in our name and deemed moved. Members in positions such as myself are not allowed to sit on the committee, put forward questions to witnesses. It's a fake, less opportunity for the sole purpose of depriving me of a right I would have had but for the motions passed in every committee.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would actually commend our Parliamentary Secretary on Health in terms of just being able to deal with what is a very important issue. And if I was to best describe it, it is to minimize the impact on cannabis for our young people. Today we have more young people than virtually any other country in the Western world that are consuming cannabis in some form or another, and we finally have a government that's really recognizing that we need to do something and deal with the criminal element, the hundreds of millions that goes towards crime as a direct result. Having said that, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Green Party indicated that she had a problem with the legislation. There was an aspect of the legislation where someone was 18 years old, sitting in a high school, and possibly going to jail for 14 years if they passed a cigarette to someone that is 17. And yes, that is something which I'm quoting the Leader of the Green Party. My question to the Leader of the Green Party is, does she not believe that when you take a look at that same 18-year-old, maybe possibly passing it off to someone that would be 14 years old or 13 years old as being problematic if her amendment had been passed?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the reality of the way this bill has been drafted is, again, the sentencing is extreme for, and again, this expert testimony before the committee from many people who are representing the Criminal Lawyers Association, individuals who have day-to-day experience with defending people. We have a lot of people in this country whose personal reputations continue to be stigmatized because of being charged with a crime that, as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary pointed out, we have a population of people who have used recreational cannabis far higher proportion of our population than other populations. So many people who are otherwise law-abiding have used recreational cannabis over the years and are stigmatized with a criminal record. This legislation should remove that risk of stigmatization, but it perpetuates it. And again, to my friend from Fort Saskatchewan, from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the medical evidence from the World Health Organization, the report from the Canadian Senate is really clear. And by the way, as I stand here before you, I'm someone who would never want my kids to be ingesting cannabis. Neither do I want them smoking cigarettes. Neither do I want them accessing alcohol. These are health risks, but cannabis is no worse a health risk than the others.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here today in the House to address C-45, the Cannabis Act, and the amendment that I have brought, which has been grouped together with the members from Saanich Gulf Islands amendment. Now, I would have preferred to delete the whole bill because this is a seriously flawed piece of legislation. But, you know, in addition to deleting the section that I'm going to talk about today, which is the section on home grow, I would just point out that the government is rushing ahead with this legislation. There are 243 days left before they're going to arbitrarily legalize marijuana, even though the provinces and the municipalities and the police have said that they won't be ready. You know, there are numerous provinces and territories that have not even come out with the plan of how they're going to implement it. And this legislation is not yet through the House. It has not yet gone to the Senate. There has been no public awareness and education campaign launched. And so I would just encourage the government, again, not to rush forward with an arbitrary date. There are very serious implications to this bill. One of the many flaws in this bill is on the subject of home grow. I'm going to read to you from the bill what the intent of the bill was and then show how this doesn't align. So the bill says that its goal is to protect the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis, to provide for a reduction in illicit activities in relation to cannabis, to deter illicit activities, to reduce the burden on the criminal justice system with relation to cannabis, and to provide access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis, and to enhance public awareness of the health risks associated with cannabis. So in this legislation, the government is allowing the growth of 4 plants. Now, we heard testimony at Health Committee that said 4 plants, and this was when there was actually a height restriction of 100 centimeters on those 4 plants, which has since been removed. Those 4 plants at 100 centimeters could produce up to 600 grams of marijuana. 600 grams of marijuana in a house with no provision for storage and lockup. I'm not sure how the 600 grams of marijuana actually even lines up to the possession maximum of 30 grams, but you know, even failing that, this is not keeping marijuana out of the hands of our children. Absolutely, it is not. And in addition, we heard testimony from Colorado and Washington states who had legalized marijuana. Now, Colorado allowed home grow, and Washington state did not allow home grow, except in the case of those medical marijuana users that were too fragile to get to a dispensary. So what they found was that in Colorado, where they allowed home grow, that organized crime got involved and was, you know, a huge factor in the home grow. Now, obviously, if the bill is supposed to be keeping it out of the hands of children and keeping organized crime out of it, home grow is not the way to go about it. Washington state actually saw, by not allowing home grow, that children and young people in Washington state are having difficulty getting their hands on marijuana, and that the organized crime portion of the marijuana trade has been reduced to less than 20% in less than 3 years. And so in terms of outcomes of keeping it out of the hands of children and keeping organized crime out of the situation, you can see then that removing home grow is absolutely essential. Now, one of the testimonies that we heard was from the folks that grow medical marijuana. And in this process, this is a very regulated process that traces all of the production, all of the distribution, who it goes to, and there is rigorous quality control testing. There is testing to ensure that there is no mold, to look at the potency, and numerous other factors with respect to cannabis. Now, you can see one of the goals in this bill is to provide access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis. And so medical marijuana, as it's regulated today, meets that. But let's talk about that criteria with respect to home grow. There is absolutely no quality control testing in home grow. And in fact, there are serious issues related to mold, related to ventilation. And we heard testimony as well that home grow type operations experience 24 times more likely to have a fire. So there's hazards associated with this. I had the Real Estate Association come and visit me in my office and talk to me about what's required for them today when they sell a house that's had marijuana grow up inside of it. They have to do a certification to make sure there isn't any mold and to address any of the issues that may have arisen. And so their question was, well, what will be required when this bill passes? Will we have to do that on every house where somebody has grown marijuana? And of course, those answers don't exist because this flawed legislation isn't well thought out and nobody has the implementation plan that will occur at the provincial and municipal detailed levels. And of course, with 243 days left to go, you would think that those answers and that information would be well in hand, but it is not. And so there are these issues that continue to not be addressed by the government by having home grow in the bill. Now, with respect to the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Island and her amendment, which is talking about all of the extra criminal charges that exist in this bill. There was, for example, if you have 4 plants, you are well within the law. But if you have 5, then you're a criminal. If you possess 30 grams, you're okay. If you have 31, you're a criminal. She talked about some of the sentences of up to 14 years, which are not in alignment with other judgments on possession of other alcohol and drugs, which are more like 2 to 3 years. So there's a huge number of issues with respect to that criminality, but all of those different charges will continue to plug up the courts, which was one of the things this bill was supposed to do, was say, let's offload the courts because we've got murderers, rapists, and all kinds of court cases being dismissed because the Minister of Justice hasn't appointed enough judges. And the courts are clogged up with these rather minor possession-type charges. So again, this legislation is not meeting its goal in any way, but especially within the home grow area. Now, I'm really disturbed that the government thought it was going to improve the legislation by removing the height requirement on the home grow plants. So originally it was a maximum of 100 centimeters, and if you got to 150 centimeters, then of course that was another criminal charge. They took that away, and it's really disturbing because right now there are videos out on YouTube that will show you how you can grow your marijuana plant with chicken wire so that you can stretch it out and move it around. We saw pictures from the folks that came and testified at committee of trees. So if 4 plants of 100 centimeter size could bring 600 grams of marijuana, then how much more could we get if we grew 4 trees of marijuana? And there's no specification now in the bill to restrict that amount. And the member from Saanich Gulf Island is quite correct when she says that there are issues with trying to have people breaking in, for example. There's a lot of evidence of that from Colorado, where organized crime would break in and raid various grow-ops. Now, the police have testified that they are unable to police this home grow section. They can't see into people's houses. They believe that they will receive a lot of nuisance calls. Joe, the neighbor, says his neighbor has 5 plants, not 4 plants. There's a smell, there's a mold problem. All of these kinds of things will put a lot of burden on the police force. And so they did not feel that this should be part of the bill. The testimony that they provided was that it was not enforceable and they did not have the resources. And so for the numerous reasons that I've stated, this home grow section of the bill that I'd like to see deleted doesn't protect the children. It does not keep marijuana out of the hands of children. I would argue it makes it easier to access for children. It certainly doesn't keep organized crime out, as we saw in Colorado. It certainly doesn't provide access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis, which we see with the medical marijuana business, but not in home grow. And there was no public awareness done, and the time is ticking away, both on my speech and in the 243 days that remain before the arbitrary legalization with this flawed bill by this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough South.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Sarnia for her speech and for her actions and activities on our committee, for which she is a very well-contributing member. I just wanted to ask the member, under this bill, Bill C-45, the Act creates an offence under the criminal law for the cultivation of more than 4 plants. It also creates an offence for the distribution of any portion of that. It's only for personal cultivation, and any attempt to commercialize that, to sell any of that or to distribute any of that to other persons would result in a criminal charge. So those controls are in place. The law also allows for provinces, territories, and municipalities to implement such regulations as they deem appropriate for their jurisdiction and for their circumstances, which may be necessary to exercise control on the circumstances under which those plants may be grown, to place additional limits on the number of plants, to put in regulations and requirements with respect to safety, security, sanitation, air quality, its access to children. There is also provision within provincial regulation for restrictions on where that can take place, whether it can take place, for example, in multi-use dwellings such as apartment buildings or condo buildings. And so given that the criminal law addresses an offence for creating more plants and also contains provisions to prevent people from selling what is being produced, and the appropriate level of legal jurisdiction for other restrictions and controls is at the provincial, territorial, or municipal level. I'm wondering if the member might feel that that level of control could be appropriately exercised to address the concerns that she has raised in her speech.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you to thank the member opposite for the question. There was a lot in that question, so I'll try to address all the points. First of all, in the discussion about landlords of apartment buildings, etc., one point that ought to be raised has to do with homeowners in Ontario and Quebec. Today, with the existing laws, if you own a home and you rent out part of your home or your whole home to somebody else, under the provisions of this bill, you would not have the right to prevent them from growing marijuana or consuming marijuana in the house. And I think that would be a concern to many, many people that are homeowners. In terms of the criminality that is in the bill, we know that organized crime has a $9 billion industry going in Canada. And it's a typical naivete of this government to put laws in place when it's clear that organized crime people are not going to obey the laws. They're going to do what they did in Colorado, and they're going to have grow-ops, and they're going to have multiple grow-ops, and they're going to break into grow-ops, and that's the way that's going to go. And so I would say, with respect to the provinces and municipalities being able to put their own extra criteria in place, it's a total abdication of leadership on the part of the Liberal government. This was their campaign promise. This was their promise to the Canadians, and they've totally not nailed down the details of anything of how this should be done standardly across the country in order to protect our children and to protect our roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for my apologies. Vancouver Kingsway, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague just touched on an issue that I think was a major focus of this bill, which actually emanates in Section 7 of the bill, which sets out the purposes of the legislation, one of which is to transfer the production and distribution of cannabis from the illegal world and bring it into the legal, regulated world. And my honourable colleague, commented on her concerns of organized crime still being involved in this industry. My question has to do with edibles and concentrates. This legislation, once passed, will still leave illegal edibles, concentrates, and other non-smokable forms of cannabis. Leaving aside the health issues, those products will be left to the black market, to organized crime, who won't be distributing cannabis products in child-proof packages, let me assure you. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any comments on the wisdom of the Liberal government leaving those products to the illicit market when one of the purposes of the bill is actually to stop the illegal black market production of cannabis products.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton in 45 seconds or less, please.
All right, and I thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for the question. Certainly, if the purpose of the bill, as stated, is to get organized crime out of the picture, then it should be noted that if you look at all the jurisdictions where marijuana has been legalized, and you look at the one that had the best outcome with respect to getting organized crime out of that, it would be Washington State. And again, they took a medical marijuana, very regulated system that had state dispensaries that included edible products, because then they could control the amount of marijuana that's in the edible products, as opposed to home grow, where you could bake your brownies, but what are you sure of in terms of how well distributed the marijuana is through your brownies, and what if your children eat those? So there's a lot of hazards that weren't addressed by this government, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise today and to speak to the motions before us. And I'll focus my remarks primarily on the motion from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands that Bill C-45 be amended by deleting Clause 9 in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first begin by acknowledging and thanking the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her very thoughtful contribution to this ongoing debate and to this important issue. I think she has made a very significant contribution, and I value very much her opinion and her advice. I'd also like to commence by commending the work of our Standing Committee on Health for its study of Bill C-45 for all of its members, an act respecting cannabis to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. The Health Committee returned to Ottawa in advance of the commencement of our fall session of Parliament, and they worked extensively throughout the month of September, hearing from many learned witnesses who provided their perspectives on a wide range of issues, from law enforcement to public health. Mr. Speaker, I would remind all of the honourable members present that Bill C-45 would provide a legislative framework for the legal and regulated access to cannabis when it is provided from authorized sources. And beyond that, Mr. Speaker, cannabis will be subject to certain prohibitions. With this in mind, I would like to point out a number of the important features of this bill that relate to the criminal law. The architecture of this legislation is such that cannabis remains a controlled substance. It cannot be accessed legally by youth, and it can only be accessed legally by adults by way of an authorized source. Division 1 of Part 1 of Bill C-45 shows that many of the offences that currently apply to cannabis under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act will continue to exist under the proposed Cannabis Act. And this is very much in keeping with the final report of the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation, which recommended to the government that criminal offences should be maintained for illicit production, trafficking, possession for the purpose of trafficking, possession for the purpose of export, and importing and exporting cannabis. Mr. Speaker, Clause 9, the proposed distribution clause, is also consistent with the Task Force's recommendations that our government seek to limit criminal prosecution for the less serious offences and to create exclusions for social sharing. Indeed, the proposed clause allows adults to share cannabis privately and to share up to 30 grams of cannabis in a public place, and it exempts young persons from criminal liability for sharing very small amounts up to 5 grams of cannabis. It's important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, of course, that every province and territory will also enact provincial legislation which will enable those jurisdictions to enforce an absolute prohibition for the possession, purchase, and consumption of cannabis by a person under the age of majority in those jurisdictions. But the enforcement of that law will result in a provincial offences ticket, Mr. Speaker, and not a criminal record for that child, thereby eliminating one of the significant harms that the Task Force and Canadians have recognized can be occasioned upon our young people as a result of the enforcement of the current law. I will discuss momentarily how the penalties proposed in Bill C-45 are already less stringent than the current penalties for cannabis offences under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. But before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to review how Clause 9 is designed to operate. Clause 9 of Bill C-45 provides for the distribution offence. The term distribute, as defined in Clause 2 of the bill, includes administering, giving, transferring, transporting, sending, delivering, providing, or otherwise making available in any manner, whether directly or indirectly, and offering to distribute. Subclause 9.1 would set out prohibitions respecting the distribution of cannabis. Unless authorized under the Act, and for instance under a license or permit, the legislation would prohibit an adult, 18 years of age or older, from distributing more than 30 grams of any dried cannabis or its equivalent to another adult, any amount of cannabis to an individual who is under 18 years of age, any cannabis to an organization, or any cannabis that they know to be illicit cannabis. The proposed Clause 9 would also prohibit a young person from distributing more than 5 grams of any dried cannabis or its equivalent to another person or for distributing cannabis to an organization. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Subclause 9.1 includes prohibitions related to the distribution of plants as well as the distribution by organizations. Subclause 9.2 would prohibit the possession of cannabis for the purpose of distributing it, contrary to any of the prohibitions described above, and again, unless such possession is authorized under this Act. The penalties for adults who would commit an offence under Clause 9 would range from a ticket up to a maximum of 14 years imprisonment, depending entirely on the circumstances, and young persons who offend would be subject to a youth sentence under the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Mr. Speaker, the distribution provisions, along with other offence provisions in the proposed Cannabis Act, represent a marked departure for how cannabis is currently dealt with under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, whereas most cannabis-related offences under the CDSA are straight indictable offences, including the offence of trafficking, which includes most of the activities contained in the new definition of distribute under the Cannabis Act, and are punishable by up to life imprisonment. The criminal offences proposed in Bill C-45 are all what are commonly referred to as hybrid offences, which means that they can be prosecuted by way of an indictment or as a summary conviction offence. And in most cases under the proposed legislation, the maximum penalties when prosecuted by indictment would be up to 14 years imprisonment and up to 6 months imprisonment for prosecution on summary conviction. Mr. Speaker, it's very helpful, I think, for the members to understand that the maximum penalty, up to 14 years, is not for those circumstances that have been previously described of some young person passing a joint to another person who they mistakenly believe to be of age but might be under the age of 18. It is for those offenders and for those offences which are deemed to be the worst case. And so the worst offence would be a distribution to a very, very young child. And the worst offender would be a repeat offender, someone who has done this many, many times. And so the maximum penalty in our criminal justice system is deemed to be appropriate for those individuals who are the worst offenders and for those offences which are being deemed to be the worst. And in the overwhelming majority of circumstances, and certainly in the one described earlier by the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, those would be dealt with in a more appropriate and proportional way by the police, by the prosecutors, and by the criminal justice system. I would also point out that the Cannabis Act proposes, as an alternative to the summary conviction and indictable procedures contained in the Criminal Code, a ticketing scheme for minor violations in certain criminal offences, including some of the distribution offences. And Mr. Speaker, this is entirely consistent with what law enforcement asked us in 2013 by their resolution at the CACP convention seeking such a ticketing scheme. During clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-45, Clause 9 was the subject of 7 motions to amend, none of which were carried. Several of these Clause 9 motions sought to lower the penalties proposed for the distribution offences. One of these motions sought to remove the defence of mistake of fact, where the mistake of fact is as to age. And these defences are necessary. They ensure that an accused who wants to raise the defence of mistake of fact as to age must show that he took reasonable steps to ascertain the age of the young person, and by removing these defences, it would be contrary to the bill's purpose of protecting the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis. Mr. Speaker, the present motion from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands proposes simply to remove all of these prohibitions and accompanying penalties, and if passed, would serve to defeat many of the key objectives of Bill C-45. which is to deter the illicit activities in relation to cannabis through appropriate sanctions and enforcement measures, to protect the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis, and if by removing the offense of distribution, the amendment would allow for the unlimited distribution of cannabis between adults, and perhaps more concerning, Mr. Speaker, will allow adults to distribute cannabis to young persons under the age of 18. I urge all honourable members to oppose this amendment. It is contrary to the purposes of Bill C-45. It would create a means whereby children and young persons could legally access cannabis from adults. And, Mr. Speaker, it would result in what could only be described as a free-for-all in relation to cannabis in Canada. That is not the intent of Bill C-45, and it does not accord with our government's intentions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. I want to ask a question with regards to the possession amount. So we know that in this bill, 12 to 17-year-olds are allowed to possess up to 5 grams. And we know that adults over 18 are allowed to possess up to 30 grams. And we know that within a single dwelling, so if you were a single person living in a house, you can grow 4 plants that could be of any size because there's no limit to that now. And we heard testimony at committee that, you know, even plants, 4 of them 100 meters high, could grow up to 600 grams. So you could conceivably have quite a number of grams. And so if you are only allowed to possess 30, or if you're 12 to 17, only allowed to possess 5, and you're in your house, you actually possess way more than that. And so I'm not sure how that can be reconciled. And I also wondered why the member ignored the input of the police who testified at committee that they opposed home grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me address the very first thing the member said, because not only was it completely incorrect, but with great respect, I believe it's also a dangerous thing to say. And the law is very clear. Under the Cannabis Act, we are not creating a criminal offence for young people between the ages of 12 and 18 to possess cannabis. But we've also been crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, that a prohibition for the possession, purchase, and the consumption of cannabis will be enforceable through provincial legislation. We've worked very closely with our provincial territorial counterparts. We've met with their justice officials and with their first ministers, and there is a common agreement and understanding that the appropriate level of control to keep cannabis out of the hands of our kids is not to criminalize them, not to give them that criminal record that can have devastating effects on their futures and their outcomes, but rather, Mr. Speaker, to enforce that law through provincial regulation, exactly, by the way, as we do with alcohol. And I would simply remind the member opposite and all members of this House, in every province and territory in this country, there is a Liquor License Act which contains provisions to prohibit the purchase, possession, and consumption of alcohol for persons under the age of majority. That offence is enforceable through under the Provincial Offences Act and does not result in a criminal record. That's the appropriate level of governance to enforce that prohibition. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned when this rather misleading statement is made, I'm sure completely unintentionally by the member from Sarnia, but to leave the impression with young people that the law allows them, and the law is going to allow them to possess, is a dangerous proposition, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind all young people there are very serious health and social consequences for the use of cannabis, and the possession of that cannabis will be contrary to provincial regulation, and that will be enforced.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Health just pointed out something I think that's very true, which is that criminal convictions, particularly for young people, but not only for young people, have, I think in his words, devastating effects on people's lives. Yet, notwithstanding that the Prime Minister has admitted to smoking marijuana while he was an elected official, notwithstanding that his brother did so and got through connections, family connections, was in charge, and notwithstanding the fact that the NDP has been calling on this government to instruct superior prosecutors under federal jurisdiction to not prosecute Canadians right now for simple possession, when there's a bill coming that's going to make that behaviour legal, this government has refused. So my question to the honourable member is, if criminal records are so devastating, why is he and his government so content to let 50,000 Canadians be charged in the last 12 months for simple cannabis possession that will have devastating effects? And why doesn't this bill have a single provision that deals with pardoning those people once this bill becomes law?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his question and also by his very strong contribution to the Health Committee and to this discussions around this issue and this debate. Mr. Speaker, I would point out in my earlier remarks, cannabis is a controlled substance, and with the passage of Bill C-45, it will remain a controlled substance. We are proposing to control it through strict regulation rather than the criminal law. But until we have lifted the criminal prohibition, and put in place a well-structured framework of strong regulation for the production, distribution, and the consumption of cannabis, until we replace that current prohibition, the law remains in effect so that we will maintain control. Now, the member has suggested that we should also deal within this bill with issues of record suspension and pardons. And with great respect to the member opposite, there is other legislation. And I've heard him speak against omnibus bills, and I'm confident that he would want us to deal with the cannabis control regulations in this bill separately, and if he wanted us to turn to a different discussion on the legislation that controls license suspension and pardons, that's a discussion for a future date.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with the general context within which this bill comes before this House, and that is we in Canada, like other states, have spent the better part of the last 150 years pursuing a criminalized and prohibitionist model towards the regulation of cannabis. Colloquially, it's known as the war on drugs, where successive governments have regarded cannabis as a substance that is dangerous and that citizens don't have a right to access, possess, or use in any way. And the official policy of successive Liberal and Conservative governments for the last 150 years has been to make that a crime to possess or use cannabis. Well, we all know through long experience and reams of data that this approach to regulating cannabis is a completely failed policy. And it failed for a variety of reasons. First, some people believe that what folks choose to ingest is fundamentally an individual decision. As long as it doesn't affect others, that the state really doesn't have a right to tell a citizen what or what not they should put in their body. Others believe that if it is a crime, it's a truly victimless crime. If someone chooses to smoke a joint on a Friday night, people have great difficulty regarding that in any way, shape, or form as a crime. Canadians can legally ingest alcohol or tobacco, both substances that overwhelmingly, demonstrably, have more serious adverse health effects when compared to cannabis. And most people have long believed it is an unacceptable contradiction to allow the state to criminalize cannabis while leaving these other substances, carcinogens, and substances that, when used exactly as directed, can cause death. I want to pause for a moment and tell you one of the most stark moments of testimony when we were studying this bill in committee was when a person said you can walk into a liquor store and walk out with a 26-ounce bottle of liquor and there's enough liquor in that bottle to kill you, to kill a child. And we all know, I don't think I have to tell any member in this House, remind them what the effects of tobacco are, which is a carcinogen that kills Canadians unacceptably every year. The other thing, of course, I think that lies behind this context is that almost every harm, I would argue every harm, associated with illegal drug use stems from the criminalization of the drug use, not the drug itself. And that's because people that choose to smoke a joint on a Friday night or have a drink of scotch on a Saturday night or share a bottle of wine do not feel that that's inherently a criminal act. But there are problems associated with those substances because they are serious substances that have mind-altering properties. So obviously, regulation of these substances is in order. But when there is a problem where people have problem usage with cannabis and other substances like that, we and the New Democrats don't see that as a criminal justice issue. We see that as a social justice issue. So when we see a person with a drug problem, we see a health issue or an addictions issue or a poverty issue. We do not see a criminal issue. And if experience has taught us anything after spending billions and billions and billions of dollars in Canada, the United States, and other jurisdictions to try to stamp out drug use, we know that it doesn't work. In fact, the statistics before our committee were very clear that Canadian youth are among the first or second highest users of cannabis in the world. And that's in a context where we have, it's totally criminal, and actually we have life sentences for trafficking in the criminal code. So in that context, it hasn't done a darn thing. Now, last election, and most importantly, as we live in a democracy, the vast majority of Canadians, across party lines, I would argue, overwhelmingly see the criminalization of cannabis as an unjustified approach. They want it changed. Last election, some 65% voted for parties who explicitly campaigned on decriminalizing or legalizing cannabis. Even some conservatives believe, on individual liberty grounds and other such philosophies, that cannabis ought to be legalized. So after the 2015 election, then, Canadians were entitled to assume that their expectation that marijuana would be legalized would finally be enacted. They are disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because this act does not legalize cannabis, and I'll speak to that in a moment. When we examine C-45, I would describe it truly as a horse of two colors. On the one hand, it is a definite improvement over the status quo. Finally, Canadians will no longer be criminals simply for possessing and growing small amounts of cannabis. Second, it creates a production and retail market for legal cannabis, albeit highly regulated and controlled by the state. On the other hand, it is a great disappointment for all those who believed that the Liberal government was going to legalize cannabis, because this bill does not. It creates more cannabis offences than we have at present. It maintains the criminalized, prohibitionist model of cannabis policy. It fails to capture the huge economic potential of cannabis as a sustainable, high-value product worth billions of dollars to our economy. And it is informed by and perpetuates many of the worst unfounded myths of cannabis. Now, this is truly unfortunate, because the Liberal government had an opportunity and the mandate from the Canadian people to bring in comprehensive legislation based on evidence and science to fix this long-standing social and legal injustice, but they failed to do so. So what does C-45 do? It allows personal public possession of cannabis up to 30 grams. It allows every household to grow up to 4 cannabis plants, originally limiting it to 100 centimeters in height. It creates a process for those who want to grow cannabis for commercial, recreational production to obtain licensing from the federal government. And it sets the legal age for possessing cannabis at a minimum age of 18 years. And it delegates to the provinces the ability to design the retail distribution model they want to apply in their particular jurisdiction. What this bill does not do, Mr. Speaker, is it fails to eliminate criminal penalties for a host of offences, with many subjecting Canadians up to a maximum 14 years imprisonment. It continues to make edibles and contradicts illegal, in stark contradiction to the recommendations of the McClellan Report and the purpose of the bill, which is explicitly to bring production of cannabis products outside of the black market into the licit world. It prohibits the importing and exporting of recreational cannabis products, and it perpetuates the discriminatory application of criminalized cannabis laws to the most marginalized Canadians, including poor, racialized, Indigenous, and young people. Finally, it fails to deal with pardons for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who bear convictions for simple possession offences, which, as the Liberal government acknowledges, has devastating consequences for Canadians, employment-wise, travel-wise, socially, economically. Now, the NDP believes strongly in legalization of cannabis. In fact, no party in this House has the record of consistency on this issue that the NDP has, working since the 1970s to decriminalize cannabis use in Canada. So we set out to work proactively and positively to examine this bill and improve it. We called the most diverse and informed witnesses before the Health Committee to obtain the best evidence we could to inform committee members. And we moved 38 recommendations, 38 amendments at committee to improve this bill. Unfortunately, the Liberals joined with the Conservatives to defeat every single NDP amendment. In fact, it was so bad that the NDP amendment to remove the ridiculous 100-centimetre limit on plant height was voted down by the Liberals, only to have them introduce the identical amendment so that they could take credit for passing it. But that's okay. Progress is progress, Mr. Speaker. They rejected the NDP amendments to actually add pardons to this bill, and it was ruled outside the scope of the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine? Groundbreaking cannabis legislation in this country to change 100 years of criminal approach to cannabis, and the Liberals forgot to put into the bill any provision that would allow Canadians with simple possession records to actually have at least a streamlined approach to obtain a pardon after this bill becomes law. A Canadian could be charged or convicted on June 30th of 2018 for simple possession of cannabis for doing exactly the same thing that will be legal on July 1, 2018. And this present government is content with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude just by saying the NDP wants to work proactively with this government. We support this bill because it absolutely is an improvement over the status quo, but we will continue to work for legislation that actually reflects the science, reflects the evidence, and reflects the huge economic potential of this. I'm going to conclude just by saying the restriction on importing and exporting cannabis is absolutely going to hamstring Canadian business when we could be a global leader with first market access, with high-quality cannabis products, as the rest of the world comes to the same conclusion that Canada has, which is that criminalizing cannabis is a mistake and poor public policy, and they will be moving to legalize cannabis in their jurisdictions as well. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP will continue to work towards those ends.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and with the utmost respect for my friend and colleague across the way, I must have run in a different election in 2015 because I don't think that there was one issue that made a more clear definition of positions than the marijuana issue. And our position, the government's position at the time was very clear: legalize it. I remember the former Conservative Minister of Justice at the time, Peter MacKay, said, you know, marijuana, it's the currency of organized crime. And I thought to myself, yeah, you're right, Peter. You know, it is. So let's take it out of their hands. Let's make sure that marijuana that's on the market, we know what's in it. But the NDP at the time, and you know, the article that was in Maclean's when they sort of laid out the positions, it was very clear. They said, you know, the party has crafted a position between the main rivals. It calls for decriminalization, but not full legalization. So when the member across says, you know, they've been proponents for legalization, I think he's gilding the lily a little bit on that one, Mr. Speaker. And that was both the late Jack Layton and former leader Thomas Mulcair. Both said that they spoke in favor of decrim, but nowhere did they support legalization. So I asked the member, there are other issues around this, yes, but will he support this this bill, the legalization?
Before the honourable member answers, I just want to remind the honourable members, just because someone isn't a leader of a party anymore doesn't mean they're not an MP, and we refer to them as by their riding title, not by their name. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, of course, there's so much hypocrisy packed into that question, I don't know where to start. The NDP has always, since 1972, the Ledane Commission, the New Democrats have campaigned on decriminalization always as a first step towards legalization, which is what we have always said, and my honourable colleague neglected that second step, because you have to decriminalize before you can actually legalize, and that's what we thought we would do. Now, but here's the real hypocrisy. So the Liberals, just like the promise on electoral reform, seem to have gone backwards on that. They said they would legalize marijuana, legalize it. So they'll have to explain to Canadians, and as soon as this happens, Canadians will start asking them why someone who has 31 grams of marijuana in public is going to be criminally charged and face 14 years in jail. Why someone with 5 plants, not 4 plants, faces criminal conviction and will go to jail for that. Why an 18-year-old passing a joint to a 17-year-old will go to jail for that offense. If cannabis is legal, they'll have to explain to Canadians why Canadians are going to jail under Liberal legislation that promised legalization. I guess that's Liberal legalization, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his speech and for his work on Health Committee. And I wanted to ask him whether he thinks that C-45 meets the objectives that it was stated to meet, which restricts access to children having access to cannabis, gets rid of organized crime, reduces the burden on the criminal justice system, and enhances public awareness of the health risks.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, mostly no. The purpose in Section 7 is set out to do 7 things, and 2 of them are to remove the criminalized production of cannabis, and second, to provide Canadians with a regulated source of cannabis supply. But they forgot edibles and concentrates. Anne McClellan, the former Liberal cabinet minister who chaired the task force to recommend to the government, told this government that they should legalize edibles. Why? To take it out of the hands of the black market and make sure Canadians have access at least to safe, regulated, quality-controlled edible products. This government didn't do that. So, once it's legal, Canadians are still going to get edible products produced by who? Produced by the black market. So it didn't meet that purpose. In terms of education, this government, at the time we studied this bill, had committed $9 million over 5 years for education of Canadians on cannabis. Just yesterday, they announced another, I think, $32 million over 5 years, which will bring us up to about $45 million over 5 years, about $9 million a year. We heard from Colorado and Washington State officials at our health committee that that's what they spend every year, $9 million a year, for populations 1/5 the size of Canada. So in terms of educating our children 6 months before this is going to be law, or 7 months before it's going to be law, that's really a poor job, I think, done by this government in terms of educating Canadians, and especially young people.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise and speak in support of C-45, the Cannabis Act, and the amendments that I and my fellow colleagues on the Health Committee introduced. Back in August, I held a town hall in my riding regarding the legalization and regulation of cannabis. Not only am I in support of this legislation, but so are many of my constituents. Teachers, parents, seniors. Groups of the loyal opposition regularly list as being concerned about the legalization of cannabis have all approached me, either at my town hall or contacted my office about their concerns. They have concerns that a youth who makes a mistake by possessing a small amount of cannabis may be thrown into prison. Concerns that this youth will have to carry a criminal record for the remainder of their life, and it will hinder their ability to find employment and lead a regular life. Concerns that fellow citizens are unknowingly ingesting products that could be laced with dangerous substances. Concerns that the prohibition on cannabis isn't helping to fight drugs, but instead allows criminal elements to terrorize communities and profit, just like they did during the American prohibition on alcohol. Mr. Speaker, these are the concerns of my constituents. As a member of the Health Committee, I spent several weeks intensely reviewing this legislation. This included a week of back-to-back meetings where we heard testimony from over 100 witnesses. Most of these witnesses were in favor of legalizing and regulating cannabis. This legislation strikes a balance between addressing the need to end prohibition while addressing the challenges other jurisdictions faced when regulating cannabis. Bill C-45 allows an adult to possess up to 30 grams in public, a measure that ensures no one will be criminalized for possessing a reasonable amount of cannabis, while ensuring those who continue to illicitly sell cannabis on the street would be charged. The legislation allows for home cultivation with up to 4 plants per residence, an amount that is within reason for an individual while making it unfeasible for criminal elements to profit. This bill also protects the consumers by implementing industry-wide rules and standards on basic things, such as sanitary production requirements, restrictions on use of unauthorized pesticides, product testing, and restrictions on use of ingredients and additives. We are creating a framework where Canadians can trust that the products they purchase will be safe and free of dangerous chemicals or substances without having to take a criminal's word on face value. As a physician who has spent over 20 years in the emergency room, I have treated patients who unknowingly ingested what they thought was just cannabis. I can inform the House that this is indeed a concern worth resolving, and I applaud the government's commitment to the health and safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this legislation also protects youth by creating a framework for a minimum age of purchase of 18 years through a licensed retailer, requiring child-proof packaging and warning labels, and providing for public education and awareness campaigns of the dangers associated with cannabis. I will also add that yesterday the government announced a new investment of $36.4 million over the next 5 years for an education and awareness campaign. This investment is in addition to the funding announced in Budget 2017, bringing the total investment in education and awareness to $46 million. The Act also prohibits products or packaging that are appealing to youth, selling cannabis through a self-service display or vending machine, promoting cannabis except in the narrowest of circumstances where the promotion could not be seen by a young person. This Act also creates two new criminal convictions to protect youth by making it illegal to give or sell cannabis to a youth and using a youth to commit a cannabis-related offence. This bill also has a provision to protect youth that make a mistake when in possession of 5 grams of cannabis or less, to ensure they don't carry a criminal record for the rest of their lives. I want to take a moment to address the notion raised by the opposition that we are normalizing cannabis use among youth. The truth, cannabis use in Canada has already been normalized. With the second highest rate of youth usage in the world, it is obvious that the current system does not work. We need to stop focusing on a prohibitionist model on cannabis, hoping to get a different result in the future. We need to use an evidence-based approach that restricts access to youth while removing the financial incentives that embolden criminal elements. I would like to touch on another item that the opposition regularly states, is that vehicle collisions and fatalities in jurisdictions that have legalized recreational cannabis has increased. This statement is incorrect. While statistics before and after legalization indicate an increase in impaired driving, public safety officials in the states of Washington and Colorado are in agreement that this apparent increase was the result of improved detection methods. In a letter from the Governor and Attorney General of the state of Washington addressed to Attorney General Jeff Sessions, they wrote, "Several of the statistics quoted in your letter on the increasing incidence of marijuana DUIs are distorted by the fact that the testing regime has been changed with state legalization. Any amount of drug driving and collisions is too high. Prior to marijuana legalization, blood testing for THC at suspected DUI traffic stops was substantially less common. Consequently, comparable statistics do not exist." Additionally, in a letter from the Governor and Attorney General of Colorado, again to Attorney General Jeff Sessions, they stated that they enacted new laws giving state and local law enforcement additional tools to prosecute individuals driving under the influence of marijuana and have significantly increased the number of law enforcement officers who are trained to detect drug-impaired driving, allowing the state to identify and detain more individuals who are driving impaired than previously. More importantly, they wrote that the number of impaired drivers went down. The letter states, in the first 6 months of 2017, the number of drivers the Colorado State Patrol considered impaired by marijuana dropped by 21% compared to the first 6 months of 2016. If the House wishes, I can table these two letters from Washington and Colorado for review. It is evident that any amount of impaired driving or collisions is too high, and that is why I was pleased that the government is progressing with C-46 in an effort to address and curtail impaired driving, and has committed up to $161 million for the training of frontline officers in how to recognize the signs and symptoms of drug-impaired driving, providing access to drug screening devices, and raising public awareness about the dangers of drug-impaired driving. Mr. Speaker, in May of this year, I had the honour of rising and speaking in favour of this legislation at second reading. Since then, the legislation has been amended by my fellow colleagues and I on the Health Committee. Many were technical elements to strengthen the bill, but there were several amendments of consequence as a result of our witness testimony during our intensive review. One of the more consequential amendments that were made was the removal of height restrictions on cannabis plants for home cultivation, so that no one who lets a plant accidentally overgrow is deemed a criminal. Additionally, the legislation was amended to ensure that it is in line with the Good Samaritan Drug Overdose Act, which was introduced by my fellow Health Committee colleague, the member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and of which I was proud to second, to ensure that an individual who commits a cannabis-related offence will not be charged if he or she calls the police or medical services to report an overdose. Mr. Speaker, I should add that I was disheartened when the Conservative members in the committee unanimously voted against this amendment that will save lives. Additionally, our committee amended the legislation to ensure that edibles and concentrates will be entered under Schedule 4 of the legislation as a class of cannabis that an authorized person may sell by either an order in council or a clause that will allow it to come into force on the first anniversary of the day on which Section 33 comes to force. Essentially, this ensures that edibles and concentrates will be legalized and properly regulated within a one-year time frame of when this legislation is enacted. Given the transformative nature of this legislation, our committee introduced an amendment to require the minister to conduct a review of the Act after 3 years and to table a report before Parliament. This will enable us, as parliamentarians, to determine if changes to the legislation are necessary to ensure the protection of public health and safety. Our government have also amended subclause 139 to provide the Governor and Council authority to restrict the characteristics of certain items, to set limits on the amount or concentration of chemical compounds, and to ensure regulated products under legislation will be consistent with the provisions in S5. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has been constantly counting down to remind us how many days until legalization we have, and have today reminded us that it is 243 days. And while I am glad that my colleagues across the aisle can count backwards on a calendar, I think we should look at it in a different way. In 243 days, we can end a system that victimizes ordinary Canadians and emboldens criminal elements in our society. In 243 days, we can end a system that ruins the lives through lost opportunity and social stigma. Mr. Speaker, in 243 days, we can end a system that should never have been put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's a member from Bay of Quinte, is it? I hope I'm correct. Anyways, I was just, the member from Scarborough Southwest said he didn't want to mislead people, but then he did mislead people. And I want to ask through you to the honourable member across. You know, we had an apartment building, and we're talking about an apartment building, maybe 100 units. And that could be 400 plants, because under the criminal code and under law in Canada states that your dwelling is your dwelling. And he said, well, no, the municipality or the province could change that rule. And that's not correct. And I wonder if the member would like to quote on that, please, through you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. In fact, that municipalities do have the right to make rules and municipalities have the right to make rules regarding real estate, and if they wish, could make such laws. I should add that many of these dangers on large units are suppositions. When I asked a member of the Ontario Provincial Police in Health Committee who surmised exactly this number for a 400-unit block that might have 200 units growing cannabis, I asked what information did the member or did this member have to make this supposition? And the answer was, and I quote, "I have no facts to back that statement up." Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his knowledge in this field, because he obviously has a background that's relevant. My colleague showed earlier that for possession of over 30 grams, that will be a crime under the criminal code, liable to jail time for possession over the limit set by the government. And that would be the same as saying for alcohol, if you had over 100 liters of alcohol, that would be a crime. But obviously that's not what we're talking about here, because we don't want to go back to the years of prohibition. But my question is whether the government intends in the future to correct this shortcoming and truly legalize, because my question for my colleague is this truly legalization when there's still a limit and an offense under the criminal code for possession over a certain amount. The honourable member for Charleswood, Assiniboine, St. James.
Speaker, as I said in my speech, there is certainly this is subject to review in 3 years. We have been advised by many jurisdictions that it is best to provide in a stepwise pattern. One of the things we are addressing is that we are making legal a substance that is illegal, and one of the problems is that there's a substantial black market. We need to put firm criminal penalties on those who might be dealing, and the 30 grams is a limit that is what someone might reasonably carry without dealing. Now, one might say that this is arbitrary, but every criminal offense such as this has a limit. If I'm driving a vehicle and my blood alcohol level is 0.079, I am within the law. If I am driving and I am 0.08, I am now a criminal. So this is very similar, that we must set these rules. But again, this is subject to review, and if we find that in the interest of public safety that this needs to be changed, it can be.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with members to share my own personal experience and what it's shown me, as well as what experts have told many members in this House. That is, the decision to legalize marijuana is being rushed, and it is the people of Canada that will pay the price. I'd like to start at the onset and state that I do support efforts to decriminalize the possession of small amounts of marijuana, which would free up our courts, reduce law enforcement resources, and for those persons caught with minor possession offenses, they would not receive a criminal record. Those minor offenses can be dealt with by way of a Provincial Procedures Act ticket and a fine. However, legalizing marijuana is a move in the wrong direction, in my opinion. As I've said before, it is the top priority of members of this House, of elected officials everywhere, to place the safety and security of Canadians first. I expect nothing less of my colleagues on either side of the House. Instead of helping, this bill will place extra burden on provinces, municipalities, and police agencies. It potentially has the ability to allow organized crime to use legitimate licensing for trafficking. It puts the health and safety of Canadians at risk. It jeopardizes the development of our youth. It will increase mental health issues for those who are most at risk, and subsequently the demand for mental health services and on mental health services will be increased. Of course, in addition to these problems, we can add significant red tape and taxes, a theme for the current government as they make life more difficult for the middle class and those working hard to leave it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address a few of the public misconceptions about marijuana before I address the government's misaligned agenda. Often Canadians believe marijuana impacts users much like alcohol. However, in speaking with experts, we know that marijuana takes seconds to impact the brain. The user feels and exhibits the effects immediately. That means impairment can begin immediately after use, seconds after use. The peak effects are reached within 10 to 30 minutes. Marijuana users feel and exhibit the effects of marijuana for up to 2 to 3 hours, and they feel normal again after 3 to 6 hours. However, when that feeling ends, unlike alcohol, the impact of the drug continues. It can take up to 24 hours for the effects of marijuana to stop impacting critical functions, depending on the strength of the THC in the drug and the frequency of use. Now, you may ask, Mr. Speaker, what are those critical functions? Well, obviously, first of all, marijuana use is as dangerous as impairment is not recognized first by the user and others who are interacting with them. Marijuana use has a direct impact on the complex system of critical thinking skills and reflexes. It impairs perceptions like balance, motor coordination, reaction times, and it narrows the vision. It also delays decision-making. All of these things will have a broad-ranging negative impact on everyday life in Canada. I asked my constituents, Mr. Speaker, for feedback on this issue over the summer. The results are overwhelmingly opposed. 80% of my constituents surveyed opposed legalization. 73% said it is a threat to our public safety, and 75% said it would be an added cost to our taxpayers in the years to come. Listening to my constituents and the evidence of experts, I know that voting against this bill is the right thing to do. Many in my riding and across the country question the government's decision to rush the legislation forward. given that the Canadian Police Association and many others are urging patience and preparation. It would seem reasonable that good policy making would make sure all the necessary tools and research were in place first before moving forward. And yet, we hear loud and clear from the police and many others that they are just not ready. Police, provinces, and municipalities are just not ready. Mr. Speaker, this government has failed to address numerous issues around policing and how this legislation will work. First, how officers can and will manage impaired drivers related to drugs such as marijuana. The chiefs of police have noted that 6,000 officers will require a 3-phase training program that can take up to 100 days to complete the 3-phase training. And yet there is not nearly enough time to complete all of that training before next July. We know today what the legal limits are and impacts of impaired driving related to alcohol, and there are clear guidelines and testing for that. However, we do not know and have any clear idea of the impact of marijuana. With a 24-hour potential period where impairment can exist, how will testing take place at roadside? There are limits. There are limited officers and equipment that can be deployed if we have detection that's going to be court approved. Now, what if a driver has consumed both alcohol and marijuana? As pointed out to me by experts, you may be able to pass a drug test and an alcohol test, but the two combined will mean significant impairment. In fact, smoking marijuana can mean a 28% increased impairment when combined with alcohol. And as pointed out by the Insurance Institute of Canada, there are disconnects between drug-impaired driving arrests and convictions. As a precedent, an Ontario man was recently acquitted twice of drug-impaired driving because the evidence was deemed inadmissible. So police need time and equipment to get ready for legalization. We need research to know what the limits should be and how the testing needs to be accomplished. The risks are real, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to stats from Mothers Against Drunk Driving, we know that there are more roadside fatalities due to drugs than alcohol in 2012, but convictions remain almost all alcohol related. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are left to wonder if insurance companies are ready for the challenges and are their customers ready for the increased fees. This new legislation or legalization will most certainly impact business, automotive, and private health care coverage. For drunk drivers, they face an immediate cancellation of their policy. We can guess the same may be true related to marijuana. But do users and insurers know about the 24-hour impact of this drug and the impairment impact? In workplaces, will an accident caused by a worker who is impaired by marijuana impact the owner's personal liabilities? Will workplace that has an accident mean that the company can't get insurance anymore or will have to pay hefty premiums? If marijuana is legal, can workers be punished for being high at work? Has the government thought through these ramifications and potentially increased costs to Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I think most Canadians will be surprised to learn that the government has listed protecting youth as a reason for advocating and advancing this legislation. Governments have worked for over 3 generations to reduce smoking, a major killer in Canada. Recently, the use of marijuana for youth between the ages of 15 and 24 has dropped to 24%. And today we're introducing access and conditions to allow more youth to use this addictive substance. Changing the law to allow households to grow their own marijuana undermines the government's intent to limit access to youth. Putting plants in homes provides opportunity for easy use. Allowing youth, we're talking youth, ages 12 to 17, to possess less than 5 grams of marijuana, which is 10 joints, makes it easier for youth to acquire and possess the drug. To suggest that access will drop seems absolutely ludicrous. Youth ages 12 to 17, possession should be 0, not up to 5 grams. Marijuana is addictive, and the use of marijuana is linked to increased psychotic illness in those who are vulnerable. By making it accessible and readily available to our youth, we are actually decreasing the possibility of success for our next generation. Can we learn nothing from today's dangerous opioid crisis? Teenagers are being hurt and killed by the illegal manufacturing and distribution of this substance. How does legalizing marijuana help our youth today? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I need to comment on the government's commitment to shift money away from organized crime by legalizing marijuana. Tackling organized crime does not involve making their activities legal and regulated. Legalizing gambling didn't eliminate the mafia in Nevada, and it didn't stop the Hells Angels in Canada from obtaining a permit to grow marijuana in Canada and then selling the marijuana illegally. These are not simple, small organizations. They are complex, multinational, and with extensive resources. To quote the government's own 2016 documents, as the experiences and of other jurisdictions and of the regulation of alcohol and tobacco in Canada have shown, regulating a substance does not automatically remove it from illicit markets, as evidenced by importation and sales of contraband tobacco. Given the degree to which organized crime is currently involved in the marijuana market, they could continue to produce marijuana illicitly and may attempt to infiltrate the regulated industry. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government has stated it is embarking on this path to legalize marijuana to accomplish protecting our youth, reducing the burden on the justice system, and reducing the flow of organized crime and money. The testimony and evidence suggest this bill will fail to deliver on all of these objectives. The question remains, will this government listen to the many groups pointed to the clear problems? Will they listen to police, to their own officials? Will they listen to those in the communities saying that this is a bad idea? Mr. Speaker, it is rushing the process, and decision-making goes against the recommendations of police and medical professions, and it's our youth, our most vulnerable populations, that will pay the price because of this government's incompetence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank my honourable colleague for his presentation, but I have to say I'm a bit confused. If I understood his basic presentation, we should remain with the status quo. So right now, marijuana is ubiquitous in our society. Our youth are one of the heaviest users of marijuana in the developed world. So in his own writing right now, people are driving drug impaired. People are consuming cannabis that they don't know what the source is, they don't know what it's contaminated with, and the police are under-trained and under-equipped to deal with these problems. So our government has committed $274 million to support law enforcement, $161 million for training frontline officers to solve these problems today. We are investing significantly in education to make sure the youth understand the risks and the hazards of using marijuana, and we're taking active steps to get these out of the hands of youth. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member is, why would he be so happy with the status quo when there's known abusers in his own community?
Great question.
Well, member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend across the way for his great question. I'm not proposing the status quo. I'm proposing a decriminalization of minor possession. I support the whole concept behind finding and giving police extra powers, to giving police the opportunity to test and do drug testing with the proper equipment. My concern is, this government seems so intent on rushing this legislation with a magic deadline of July of 2018, and nobody's ready for this. Like no one's ready for it at all. And it would seem, I mean, I don't support the legalization of marijuana at all, but it would seem if this government's so intent on it that they would at least make attempts to provide the mechanisms and the equipment and the training to have it done in place ahead of time before we get onslaught, because it will affect public safety. And I think it would be naive to suggest that we're all going to be ready by 2018, July of 2018, and everything's going to be fine because we're all going to have it under control. I think that's a little fairy tale, to be honest with you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
For his comments. One of the clarification points I'd like to have is one of the things that's important for ridings like mine that are on the border is the issue with regards to criminal records and criminalization that continues. So say, for example, I have a number of cases where when the truck drivers that I represent are 16, 17 years of age, were caught with marijuana, charged, and have a federal criminal offense on their record right now. Now they've gone through the rest of their life with no other records, but still have this hanging over, and that are actually on the border causing problems, despite the fact they drive for one of the big three, have no other records. Would the member in the Conservative Party support the decriminalization and, I guess, a pardoning of those records so we do not have unnecessary border tie-ups, traffic, and problems from basically something that may have taken place for an individual 20, 30 years ago who has no subsequent criminal record? On those cases, would they support making sure that those individuals no longer have a criminal record?
Well, member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warrener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for his great question. There is a mechanism that exists in law today where anyone convicted of a criminal offense can apply for a pardon. And my suggestion would be is that those individuals who are in occupation that their previous record creates problems for them to cross the border and for their employment, that they seek to apply for a pardon. I think it would be irresponsible for any government to suggest that we are going to completely wipe away records of the past whenever they were committed 5 years ago, 25 years ago. They were the law of the land. And you made a choice back in that day to commit an offense. And you live with the consequences of those criminal offenses. Moving forward, as I said in the onset of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm believer that we can lighten the load on our courts, we can make things easier for law enforcement resources, and we can decriminalize the minor possessions, small amounts, for those that it can be a fine, Provincial Procedures Act offense, not a criminal record, and be dealt with much like a speeding ticket for those who may not understand how the Provincial Procedures Act works. And we can eliminate that for the minor offenses. That should answer the question, I hope, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Immigration and citizenship, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Infrastructure, the Honourable Member for Windsor West, the Environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise and speak in support of Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. The principal objectives of the act are to prevent young persons from accessing cannabis, to protect public health and public safety by establishing strict product safety and product quality requirements, and to deter criminal activity by imposing serious criminal penalties for those operating outside of the legal framework. My constituents in Oakville have expressed that these concerns need to be addressed, and I believe that C-45 does exactly this. As a member of the Standing Committee on Health, I would like to report, Mr. Speaker, the committee undertook a comprehensive review of this bill. We took a focused week, meeting for 5 full days to hear testimony from a wide array of individuals and groups. Mr. Speaker, we heard from over 100 witnesses on this bill. Witnesses range from lawyers, law enforcement, department officials, tenant associations, community groups, activists, medical professionals, researchers, producers, retailers, and provinces. This built on the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulations work, which traveled for 6 months and received over 20,000 submissions. The committee heard from most witnesses that they supported the direction the government was taking with Bill C-45. So based on this background, I would like to focus on why a new approach to cannabis is needed, why we need to act now, and address how well suited we are to moving forward. The evidence is clear. The current approach is simply not working. All that we have managed to achieve is to criminalize Canadians for possessing small amounts of cannabis, encourage Canadians to engage with criminals, and require Canadians to consume products of unknown origin, potency, and quality. It's also allowed criminals and organized crime to profit. The committee heard quite clearly that the current model has not protected our youth. Despite the prohibition that's been in place for decades, Canadian youth use cannabis at some of the highest rates in the world. We cannot allow this to continue. A new approach is required as soon as possible to better protect youth and to make sure that adults have access to products that are quality controlled and of known origin and no longer run the risk of having a criminal record for possessing small amounts. During the committee hearings, Mr. Ian Culbert, the Executive Director of the Canadian Public Health Association, said, "Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time, as Canadians are already consuming cannabis at record levels. The individual and societal harms associated with cannabis use are already being felt every day. The proposed legislation and eventual regulation is our best attempt to minimize these harms and to protect the well-being of all Canadians. And that's why our government is committed to bring the proposed legislation into force no later than July 2018. Upon the coming into force of Bill C-45, Canadians who are 18 years of age or older would be able to possess, grow, and purchase limited amounts of cannabis for personal use. It would mean that possession of up to 30 grams of cannabis in a public place would no longer be a criminal offense. The bill would, for the first time, also make it a specific criminal offense to sell cannabis to a minor and create significant penalties for those who engage young Canadians in cannabis-related offences. Mr. Speaker, Canada is more than ready for a new approach that would better protect the health and safety of Canadians. Our existing model that provides access to cannabis for medical purposes is recognized as one of the best in the world. So let me tell you about some of the features of that system that we can build on. Under the existing regulations that have been in place since 2014, Health Canada is responsible for licensing and overseeing cannabis producers. These producers are required to operate within the regulations to provide quality-controlled cannabis to registered patients. The rigorous licensing process ensures, for example, that entrants to this market have gone through a thorough security check and that producers have appropriate physical security infrastructure around their facilities. Canada also has a world-class compliance and enforcement regime intended to ensure that licensed producers fully comply with the rules in place. Over the course of last year, a licensed producer in Canada was inspected an average of 7 to 8 times for a total of approximately 274 inspections. In May 2017, Health Canada announced that it would require all licensed producers to conduct mandatory testing for the presence of unauthorized pesticides in all cannabis products destined for sale. This adds to the system of controls in place that oversee the quality of federally regulated cannabis products. The commercial industry now has more than 4 years of experience, serves over 200,000 active patient registrants. This licensed production under the existing medical regulations provides a solid basis to support recreational cannabis production under this bill. Industry representatives have indicated that they are getting ready to support the timely implementation of the new regulations and to ensure that high standards are met in the production of regulated product. Mr. Speaker, the committee also heard that while our government has been working very closely with provinces, territories and municipalities to support the implementation of the new framework, more work is needed. The collaboration will be critical to ensure that all levels of government are ready to support the new legislation, and we were pleased to note that progress is being achieved by our provincial and territorial partners in developing their respective approaches. Provinces and territories have a key role to play in the success of the new system. They are responsible for the oversight and regulation of the distribution and retail sale of cannabis. Timely passing of this federal law is important to provide clarity to our provincial and territorial partners. In circumstances where provinces or territories do not have a functional retail system at the time of coming into force of the bill, adults would be able to purchase cannabis directly from a federally licensed producer by ordering online with secure delivery at home by mail or courier. A representative from Cannabis Canada Association, Colette Rivette, pointed out that licensed producers are eager to work in collaboration and compliance with the federal and provincial governments to quickly establish effective, low-risk distribution and retail models that are well-regulated, highly secure, and tailored to the needs of each province. Mr. Speaker, upon the coming into force of the bill, adult Canadians would have access to a range of quality-controlled products, including dried cannabis, fresh cannabis, cannabis oil, which could be consumed in a number of ways, including smoking. The committee heard from health groups that limiting legal cannabis to forms primarily suited to smoking had negative health impacts. They identified the need to permit the legal sale of edible cannabis products as part of a federal framework as soon as possible. The committee also heard expert testimony that experience in other jurisdictions, such as Colorado, underlined the unique health and safety challenges associated with edible products. It's important that our government takes the time to enact appropriate regulatory controls to address the health and safety risks posed by edible products. In this regard, I was pleased to introduce an amendment to Bill C-45, which clarifies the timelines for the government to develop regulations and legalize the sale of edible cannabis products and cannabis concentrates. The amendment stipulates that the sale of edibles and concentrates would be permitted no later than 12 months following the coming into force of Bill C-45. Under this proposed timeline, the government would have the time to safely develop regulations and mechanisms to put these edible cannabis products on the market correctly. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we let Canadians and the industry know that we are listening and that these products will be coming. However, we must heed the advice from other jurisdictions, get this right the first time, and not put the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, one of the purposes of Bill C-45 is to prevent youth from accessing and consuming cannabis. Yesterday, the government announced a $36.4 million investment for a cannabis education and awareness campaign aimed in particular at Canadian youth to ensure that they understand the health and safety risks of using cannabis. Young Canadians need to know the facts. The bill contains a range of provisions that would restrict promotion or packaging that could make cannabis appealing to youth. For example, the bill would ban the advertising and promotion of cannabis except in limited and restricted circumstances, as well as set out requirements for packaging and labeling of products. So as I've outlined, protecting the health and safety of Canadians, most importantly the health of our youth, is at the centre of our government's approach to legalizing, regulating, and restricting access to cannabis. The Government of Canada is committed to a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to drug policy, which uses a public health approach when considering and addressing drug issues. I believe that's consistent with the wishes of the people in my riding of Oakville. I am confident that this public health approach, which focuses on reducing harms and risks of cannabis rather than on criminalizing Canadians for possession, is the best path forward for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Oakville for his speech and for his work on the Health Committee. In his speech, he talked about how the Liberal government decided to delay, because of the health and safety risk, delay by a year the introduction of edibles. And so I wonder why they're willing to delay and slow down, because they recognize the risks there. When they've said they're going to follow also the advice from other jurisdictions who clearly told us the public awareness and education needed to be done before legalization, police needed to be trained before legalization, provinces and territories should be ready, and none of those things are in place. They've only been announced. So will the government delay the implementation until they're properly ready to address the health and safety risks?
Member for Oakville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and congratulate her on her excellent work on the Health Committee as well. So we heard very clearly from other jurisdictions, Colorado and Washington, who tried to introduce legalized cannabis along with edibles at the same time, that it had been a major mistake for them. They highly recommended that we go slowly with edibles. There's a whole other set of laws and regulations and requirements around safe production of edible products. And they encouraged, the best advice we had from experts was move forward with legalization, move forward in slow, steady steps, add the edibles at a later date when we were ready. So we really were following the best advice from the experts that we heard at committee, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. My question has to do with the way that the government treated the provinces throughout this process which will lead to legalization in the near future. A lot is being transferred to the provinces, whether it has to do with regulation that they will have to implement after legalization, or dealing with the distribution networks, or all of the costs that may be associated with public health issues linked to legalization. So I wanted to know if he's been satisfied with the province's reaction so far when it comes to his government's legalization proposal, and whether he thinks that the government is going in the right direction. And I'd like to know what, in his opinion, would be the best way of solving this this problem, because the provinces are saying that things are moving too quickly and that there's going to be an enormous burden transferred onto them as we modify the criminal code here in Ottawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. So at the provincial level, there is the bill looks to the province to regulate distribution and retailing of the product. But if a province or territory is not ready at the time the bill comes into force, as I said in my remarks, Canadians will be able to procure in those provinces or territories directly from licensed manufacturers through online systems and receive products confidentially in the mail or by post, which is exactly the model that we use across Canada today for medical marijuana. Otherwise, you know, the government campaigned. We campaigned on this in 2015. The task force traveled for 6 months. Their recommendations have been out for at least a year. The draft legislation has been before the provinces and territories for some period of time now. Some of the provinces and territories are already responding and already making good progress in this. Others are still working through the situation, but there will be a legally available retail distribution model available at the federal level if a province or territory is not ready when the bill comes into effect. Thank you.
We have time for a 30-second question and a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Gatineau, question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Oakville for his excellent speech. As a member of the Standing Committee on Health, could he tell us, I mean, he spoke about the experience in Colorado and in Washington, so could he tell us the experiments that they had and the experiences on which the committee's recommendations were based?
Member for Oakville in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, I'll just, the biggest soundbite I can give you from the expert testimony from Washington and Colorado is they have moved organized crime out of the business. So close to 80%, 70 to 80% of the product that's sold now in those states is done through licensed, controlled distribution methods, as we are proposing here in Canada, and organized crime is being pushed out. So I think that's, and we are the advice that we're taking in this bill follows exactly that advice, and I think it's the right course of action to get organized crime out of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Right on. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pride to rise today and speak to Bill C-45. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today in the House to speak about Bill C-45.
Surgeon, I spent most of my professional career putting children back on the playground to play. En tant que chirurgienne pédiatre.
As a pediatric surgeon, I've spent most of my professional career putting kids back on the playground to play.
This bill is exactly the opposite of taking care of kids. This bill will make it easier to put marijuana in the hands of Canadian children. Liberals like to talk about evidence-based decision-making and the importance of science. The science on this issue is clear. Marijuana is a dangerous drug for our young people. It affects their developing brains. We know that children's brains develop until the age of 25 and that marijuana can have an impact that is negative on that development. The results lower graduation rates from high school, fewer opportunities as adults, as well as high rates of mental health challenges. Mr. Speaker, these are the evidence-based facts. And I accept that in limited circumstances that marijuana can and should be prescribed by a qualified physician for purchase in a pharmacy for those who need it for medical purposes, whether that be someone with cancer or a veteran with PTSD. However, as I stated earlier, I disagree with the Liberal government's proposed legislation. The government should be working on making sure marijuana is less accessible to our use, not increasing its availability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to meet with children continually in clinic regularly as a parliamentarian. And I'm always amazed at how well-informed they are about current issues. Young people know about the proposed changes, and their reaction has been clear. You know what they're saying? They say, you know, I don't understand, Dr. Leach. I'm told not to do drugs. Can I do this drug now? Les jeunes savent que les...
Young people know that marijuana is a drug, and they know that it is dangerous for them. Now we have a government who is telling young Canadians that it's okay to do drugs.
Mr. Speaker, after years of respecting the science and telling kids that drugs are harmful for their growing bodies, the Liberals are simply throwing these evidence-based facts out the window. Kids are confused. They know that marijuana is bad for their health, But they now are wondering if it's okay to do this based on the messaging from our government and Prime Minister. These are the kinds of messages Canadian parents do not want portrayed to their kids. Leaving aside the mixed messages that this government is sending out to youth, Mr. Speaker, as a physician, I want to focus on the science of this issue. Human bodies develop continually into their 20s. As I mentioned earlier about the science, the brain experiences the same development schedule until the age of 25. Much as we do our best to ensure that youth are making healthy choices for their developing bodies, imperdant l'excès de la marijuana.
By allowing access to marijuana in our houses and throughout society, we will be putting our children in danger.
Let's begin with some disturbing statistics. The Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse reported in 2013 on the Canadian Tobacco, Alcohol and Drug Use Survey that 10.6% of Canadians aged 15 and older reported cannabis use in the last year. It also reported that cannabis use is generally more prevalent amongst young people, 22% of youth from 15 to 19, 26% in young people 20 to 24. Approximately 28% of Canadians aged 15 and older who use cannabis in the last 3 months report daily use. In addition, in 2014, a published study by The Lancet found that youth who utilize marijuana on a regular basis have a 60% lower chance of graduating from high school or university. Ferguson, in 1996 study, published in the Journal of Abnormal Child Psychology, Ellickson in 1998 in the Journal of Drug Issues, Lechke writing in the Journal of Addictions in 2003, all found a strong correlation, direct correlation between the increased use of marijuana and teenagers had an increased dropout rate in high school. Talk about limiting the opportunities for young Canadians in the future. Let's give them marijuana so they can drop out of school. Gilman, writing in the Journal of Neuroscience, is also very clear on the impact on the developing brain. In a study published in 2014, Gilman demonstrated that people between the ages of 18 and 25 that use cannabis on a regular basis will experience structural changes to their brain. These are not temporary changes that happen when you have a high. These are permanent structural changes to their brain for the future, which correlate with the negative impacts that I've been talking about. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Medical Association has done some excellent work compiling and conducting research on marijuana use. It includes their submission to the government's 2016 Task Force on Marijuana Legalization and Regulation, and they talk about their long-standing concerns of the health risks to Canadian youth, given that their brains are undergoing rapid and extensive development. The CMA has also noted that the lifetime risk of dependency on marijuana estimates at about 9%. That means about 1 in 10 Canadians who use marijuana have a chance of becoming dependent, with all of the serious negative health ramifications and social consequences of this drug use. The CMA also went on to further note that the risk of dependence actually doubles to 17% if this is initiated in adolescence. Again, we see the earlier children start to use marijuana, the higher the chance of addiction, the higher the chance of lifelong structural brain changes. Further, the CMA has also warned Canadians of the increased risks of anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, and marijuana users, particularly amongst youth. Those who are already prone to psychosis, for example, if they have a family member suffering from a psychosis, are especially at risk of developing psychosis with cannabis use. Andreasen's extensive study of 15 years of follow-up of over 50,000 men, published again in The Lancet, outlines and reports that those who tried cannabis by the age of 18 were 2 to 4 times more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia than those that were not. The study further goes on to say that it estimates that 13% of these schizophrenia cases could be averted if cannabis use had been prevented. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, what would happen if we didn't allow children to have access to marijuana, as this legislation will allow. Don't we want to protect Canadian kids? Mr. Speaker, there's also a public safety concern with this legislation. First, regarding young people, cross-Canada student alcohol and drug studies show 13 to 21% of students who try this are actually driving within an hour. Hall found in 1994 in his study that short-term memory and attention deficits, motor skills, reaction times impaired while you were intoxicated with cannabis. that the evidence shows, and it's no surprise, that associated with this, a higher risk of motor vehicle accidents. These are serious situations that place the individual and the public at risk. However, despite this substantive evidence, as I've outlined in multiple journals so far, the Liberals are pushing ahead with this legislation. Now let's look at some additional evidence from Colorado, the state that was mentioned earlier. This includes a rise in traffic-related deaths, increased hospitalization, cyclical vomiting syndrome. Most disturbing is the overdoses in children due to marijuana use in edibles and those that are accidentally ingested. Negligence by caregivers leading to the increased overdosage by kids. I wonder how many young people might have access to marijuana now, Mr. Speaker, that is being grown in their own home. Save for these shocking facts in Colorado, all of this research has primarily been done in places where this is actually illegal, not legal. Now, I shudder to imagine how those statistics will escalate with this legislation.
Now, they'll say, well, that won't happen. Things will be better for kids. But I totally disagree.
As this legislation states, children will be allowed to possess and parents to grow marijuana in their homes. Access will be easy, and that access is harmful to young Canadians. Young Canadians and children know they shouldn't do drugs, and they have good reason for that. We don't allow access to alcohol for children at the age of 12. We spend millions of dollars telling children not to do drugs. So why is our society flip-flopping now? Because we have a Prime Minister who has to justify his own use. And by doing this, he's putting all Canadian children at risk. I encourage all members of this House, especially those in the Liberal Party opposite, to have a hard look at the science and at their conscience, because they're putting the children in their own ridings at risk with this legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci. Bonne idée.
Before we go to questions and comments, I have a notice that the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby will present, is rising on a point of order in order to present arguments in response to the point of order made yesterday by the honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, as you just said, I'm rising to follow up on the point of order raised by my colleague for Portage Lisgar, the Conservative leader in the House. And this was her point about omnibus bills. Last June, we parliamentarians adopted several changes to the standing orders of the House. These included regulations about omnibus bills under Standing Order 69.1, and it states that when a government bill aims to modify, repeal, or change more than one bill or one act, which has to do with subjects that don't have anything to do with each other, the Speaker may divide those issues at the end of the vote. If it has to do with second reading, if it's being sent to committee, or if it's a third reading. So, Mr. Speaker, you have the power to combine these subjects thematically and to deal with grouped issues so that there can be separate votes for each group. In O'Brien and Bosk, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the use of omnibus bills is something that is unique to Canada. The British Parliament passes similar bills, but their legislative practice is different, notably because of more rigorous checks that are conducted throughout the debate.
Here to represent our constituents on various matters, and it is important that the rules and the application of those rules allow members to do that freely. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, is correct when they say that omnibus legislation is unique to Canada. It allows government to group together a wide variety of very different issues into one package, requiring support or opposition on a single question. Because the matters grouped together are so different, it is sometimes impossible to allow members of Parliament to represent their constituents in a way that they want without the provisions of 69.1, this new regulation that governs our House. And C-56 was a clear example that was cited by the House Leader from the official opposition earlier this week. Dans les cas de
In the cases of C-56 and a bill that deals with two quite separate topics, the bill proposes to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, as well as the legislation governing early release. In one case, the threshold will be reduced to 21 days for preventive detention and later to 15 days. The bill would also reintroduce the possibility of early release for nonviolent offenders on serving a first sentence. These are two very different topics that are not at all related. Problems relating to preventive detention have led to tragedies like the Ashley Smith case, and those cases have nothing to do with early release.
As parliamentarians, which way to vote on both of these propositions when the possibility of voting on each is available and better reflects our role as an elected representative. I was impressed with the argument from my fellow House Leader relating to the historical usages of a similar practice in Westminster and the references to the rulings during the Great Flag debate in the early 1960s. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a plea concerning your approach to this new rule, because this is the first time you've been approached on this new rule of the House. Be generous in your application of Standing Order 69.1. Allow the maximum ability of each MP to represent their constituents separately on each legislative issue by dividing up the issues in omnibus bills as much as is necessary to allow an independent vote on each question. Give the benefit of the doubt to the need for a parliamentarian to be able to represent their constituents. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the standing orders evolve over time and generally along the lines of the needs of parliamentarians. Parliamentarians, all of us, need greater ability to represent our constituents on individual issues. We've given you the ability with 69.1 to determine separate votes so our constituents can be better represented. We now hope that you will give a positive response to these points of order, my own and that of the official opposition House Leader, and that you will allow us, all of us as parliamentarians, to better represent our constituents with the new Standing Order 69.1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby for the argument he has raised, his arguments today and yesterday, which were brief, of course, yesterday, as well as the arguments raised by the honourable member, the honourable opposition House Leader on this topic. I see members rising. I presume they're rising on the questions and comments that are coming to momentarily. Is that correct? Not on the point of order, just to be clear. So I will come back to the House with a ruling on this in due course, with having in mind the need for some alacrity. Questions and comments on the speech from the honourable member for Simcoe Grey, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was very interesting to hear the member's speech, and very interesting to have that tour through science, and good to know that science has come back in vogue over there. The fact is that Canada has the highest incidence, or among the highest incidences, of cannabis consumption among youth in the world, and that's also science. What's also science is that we are able to measure the impact of recent efforts in states to the south, Colorado, Washington, notably, where cannabis consumption among youth in a new legalized regime has actually diminished. The other fact, Mr. Speaker, now that we're talking about facts, is that the member cites the impacts on youth, and that is precisely why this bill sets out new measures to regulate and constrain the use of cannabis among young people. These are things that the previous government, in that other regime where science was perhaps not as in vogue, were never contemplated efforts to constrain marijuana consumption. So I would ask the member, if she, as she reflects on her long history of advocacy on this issue, would she inform the House what measures did she bring in the previous government to constrain the use of cannabis that she now seems so concerned about?
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
So I appreciate the member's question, but last I checked, we're debating a bill that the Liberals have brought to this House, a bill that actually puts forward that young people under the age of 18 can possess marijuana. As I mentioned in my speech, I actually meet individuals everywhere from 1 year of age to 18 years of age in clinics regularly. When I ask them what they think of this legislation, they're confused. As I said in my speech, they say, you know, Dr. Leach, I thought I wasn't supposed to do drugs. And I asked them, well, do you think marijuana is a drug? Yeah, marijuana is a drug. I guess I shouldn't do that, but I'm being told now I'm allowed to. What's the right answer? The right answer is, if you don't want to have a long-term impediment to your future, if you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're dropping out of high school or have an anxiety disorder or schizophrenia, don't go near it. But this government thinks that children should be allowed to possess, that children should be allowed to actually share it with their classmates, that their parents should be allowed to grow it at home and provide opportunities for children to have access to it at home. Let's be serious. This is a dangerous drug. It shouldn't be in the hands of children, and the best way to do that is to make sure that they're actually not allowed to have access to it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit surprised to hear the comments from my colleague. My question is very simple, Madam Speaker. The health problems are real, they're well documented. My colleague mentioned them. And the same thing goes for alcohol and tobacco, but we don't hear the Conservatives talking about making those illegal. So if the goal, what would be my colleague's strategy for reducing the use? I'm sorry, but there's no time for an answer at this time, given that it is 5:30. Pursuant to order adopted previously, the House will proceed immediately to the deferred recorded division on third reading on Bill C-49. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Order. Mr. Garneau, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Cesar Chavins.
Mrs. Cesar Chavin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradzi.
Monsieur Paradzi.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Durrani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et Dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Savion, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr.
Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon Stormer Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon Stormer Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Iglinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Husey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 139, 139.
I declare the motion carried.
House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-343 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Boucher, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that Bill C-343, an act to establish the office of the Federal Ombudsman for victims of criminal acts and to amend certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
I'm Boucher.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie. Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Iglinski.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gayo and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray and Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Lukowski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Back to Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Boutin-Suite.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
J'ai ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Reid.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Ms. McLeod, Kamlus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my right.
Quatrième.
Fourth row on my right.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième.
Second row at my right.
Première.
First row at my right. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Quatrième rangée à ma.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Nabula.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Première rangée à ma.
First row at my left.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui se.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Massif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Hey, à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bossino. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr.
Moff. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Ziorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Eyolfson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings.
À ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sœurs. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldaig. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Nault. Miss Scrow. Monsieur Lauzon, enchanté, la petite nation. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Galno. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Duclos. Ms. Murray. Mr. Cesar Chavans. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Kuzner. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia.
À ma droite.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibot. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Bennett. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 166, 166.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-315 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Shields, moved that Bill C-315, an act to amend the Parks Canada Agency Act, Conservation of National Historic Sites account, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brown.
Roll at my left.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon, sur un mandat de South Glengarry. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Udega. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Diot. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Motz. Mr. Weber. Mr. Benzin. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Saint-Marie. Sainte-Marie.
Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Salut Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
My left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray on the sound.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Sans souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota. Ms. Ing.
Ms.
Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lembropoulos.
Madame Lambopoulos.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brandon South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Gerwall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamourer.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
My right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenté, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Caesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
My right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 140, 140. Nays contre 166, 166.
La motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as indicated on today's order paper. Government orders, private members' business, Bill C-343, Motion 126 regarding Portuguese Heritage Month.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 2 minutes remaining in his comments. Order. I would ask members to take their conversations into the lobbies or at this time of evening out to other meeting rooms, etc. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I'd like to start off actually by recognizing my colleagues on both sides of the House, in particular the member from Davenport. The member from Davenport has done an outstanding job in terms of recognizing just how important Canada's Portuguese community is in all regions of our country, and I applaud her efforts in terms of the manner in which she has reached out on all sides of the House to try to build that unanimous support for what I believe is a fantastic idea. We often hear from the Prime Minister of Canada that the greatest strength that we have as a nation is our diversity, and that diversity shines through in many different ways. And the Portuguese community is one of the communities that has really helped build our nation to what it is today. So with the efforts of the individuals that got the member from Davenport engaged on this very important issue, to colleagues that have already spoken on the resolution, and just to stand in my place today and just to highlight how important the Portuguese community is, and the idea of designation for a month, I think, is well merited and deserves to be supported by all members. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Saskatoon, Grasswoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the member from Davenport's motion 126. It seeks to declare June 10th each year as Portugal Day and the entire month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. This, I believe, would pay tribute to the important contributions that Canadians of Portuguese descent have played in building the Canada that we know today. In my riding of Saskatoon Grasswood, there's approximately 815 citizens of Portuguese descent. So granted, it's not a huge population. We're speaking only of 815. But you know what? They are vibrant, close-knit community and very strong ties to their heritage. Now, according to the Canadian Encyclopedia, Portuguese explorers were among the first Europeans to see Canadian soil way back in 1852. Subsequently, Portuguese fishermen fished for cod on the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. But the big wave of immigration to Canada actually began in the 1950s, mostly to work on farms and on the railway, CNR back then. And I'm going to quote a number of people from my city of Saskatoon. I know there's different pockets around this country of Portuguese, and we welcome them all to this country. So one such man from my city of Saskatoon was Mr. Manuel Neves, who wrote, "The first Portuguese immigrants to Saskatoon actually came in the year of 1957. They came from Azores and from mainland Portugal to work on the railway, CNR back then. It was a terrible situation at first. Let's face it, they come from Portugal over to Canada. They were homesick. They missed their families. The difficulty that they had back then with the language and the different customs and the isolation caused many of them actually to get up and go back home. According to Manuel, he still remembers the hardship and the bitter tears, but will succeed to great. He went on to say, I had left my wife back home along with my 2 daughters in Portugal. That first winter, can you imagine that? It must have been miserable. The temperatures in Saskatchewan, usually in the winter, minus 30s and 40s, and he was working in those temperatures, Madam Speaker, and he said they were unbearable. None of us had imagined those temperatures, and really, we felt demoralized. However, back in 1959, more families decided to arrive from Azores, and according to Manuel, the first roots of the Portuguese community were started and getting strong. In fact, by the late 60s, there were about 45 Portuguese families in my city of Saskatoon. The Portuguese community continued to grow in my city, and in 1988, the Saskatoon Portuguese-Canadian Association was formed. The association generated a lot of interest. In fact, resulted in social events and celebrations. One of the goals of the association was to plan the annual religious event, Our Lady of Fatima celebration. But sadly, Madam Speaker, Mr. Manuel Neves passed away a few years ago. However, he did leave us with this interesting history of those precious Portuguese immigrants who came to my city of Saskatoon. We certainly thank him for his contribution, and tonight I certainly salute him and all the Portuguese in my city of Saskatoon. I also heard from two sisters, Maria Zelishak and Edwina Sabata, who arrived in Saskatoon when they were very young. They were only 12 and 9 at that age, and they arrived in Saskatoon with their parents, Jose and Maria Silveda, and their brothers, Jose Carlos. It started their life, actually, they were living in their uncle's basement when they came. So imagine that. They're only 9 and 12 years old. Maria writes, at school, we were forced out during recess, but actually they just stood by the building because they didn't know anyone, and of course, they couldn't speak English. We wanted to stay inside school, but the teachers wouldn't allow that. We arrived toward the end of September. You know what happens in September. School starts right away. Next, winter arrived. Well, they had never seen snow in their life or experienced this kind of cold, so it was very hard to adapt, especially when they didn't have a vehicle. We walked or took the bus. In fact, they are quoted as saying they remember when they rode the bus because they never made eye contact. Why, you say? Well, she says, I just looked down. I was afraid someone would start talking to me, and I couldn't understand, and I would have to answer. She goes on to write, it was in grade 12 that I learned proper English. My teacher was a nun. I don't remember her name, but it was due to her professional dedication as a teacher that I learned the language properly and was able to become an English teacher myself. Maria teaches English as an additional language. So what a wonderful story that we hear a teacher giving the student, and now the student becoming a teacher. Another member of my Saskatoon Portuguese community, Tony Barros, shares his family story on the immigration to this country of Canada. My parents, Josie and Inez Barros, came to settle in Saskatoon in the fall of 1970. They wanted to make a better life for themselves and their future children. They came with only 2 suitcases. That was quite common back then. It was my mother's sister and husband, Josie and Amelia Cabril, who sponsored my parents and helped them get on their feet. They came filled with hope for a new life in a new world, filled with opportunities, Madam Speaker. They came from a small island called Santa Maria in the Azores island, belonging, of course, to Portugal. They brought very little with them, but they did bring, and most of them do, willingness to work hard, a strong, strong sense of family, and certainly of faith in God. My father, Jose, found work as a laborer with a construction company, and my mother as a seamstress in the city of Saskatoon. Shortly after their arrival, they started their family, and they raised 3 magnificent children, Antonio, Dina, and Nelia. They worked hard to build a life in their new country. They would often work 2 jobs, and we see this even today, to provide for their family and their continued success. Jose developed his skills in the construction industry and soon became a skilled mason and foreman for jobs that he would take on in the city of Saskatoon. You know, family was, and I agree that it certainly is today, an extremely important part of the Portuguese life. The Portuguese work ethic is simply outstanding. The Portuguese family story is no different than many other immigrants who have adopted Canada as their new home. We are so proud of being Canadian. we are also so proud of being Portuguese. Manuel Nesh, Mrs. Zelishak's family, and Tony Barris's family came to Canada hoping for a better life. They went through many hardships, like I've just talked about, but they persevered and have contributed greatly to my city of Saskatoon and to their own Portuguese community, like many other Portuguese from coast to coast to coast in this country. Madam Speaker, at least two past members of Parliament, Dr. Keith Martin, Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca, BC, and Mario Silva from Davenport, Ontario, were of Portuguese descent. The popular singers in this country, of course, Nelly Furtado and Shawn Mendes, are of Portuguese descent. And yes, if I look at the hockey players currently playing professional in the National Hockey League, we can't forget about John Tavares of the New York Islanders, or the talented defenseman from the Los Angeles Kings, Drew Doughty, just to name a few. They are of Portuguese descent. So here we have a small representation of their contributions to entertainment, their contributions to politics, and certainly their contributions to sport. They even have their own Walk of Fame in downtown Toronto. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me say the Portuguese are very proud of their culture. They have a strong work ethic, and their family and their faith are the cornerstones of the Portuguese culture. They love to sing and dance when they get together for their religious festivals. It is my belief that we should have a Portugal Day and a Portuguese Heritage Month to celebrate these and the many other contributions that they have to make Canada a better place for all. I hope my colleagues will support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
As the NDP critic for multiculturalism, I'm pleased to rise in this House to support M126, Portuguese Heritage Month. I've always been proud of the NDP's support of multiculturalism in Canada. My colleagues and I always welcome the opportunity to celebrate the unique heritage of Canada and the contributions made by so many different ethnic and religious groups. Portuguese Canadians have a rich cultural history and heritage, with many traditions having been brought over and continuing to flourish in the various little Portucals of Canadian cities today. With nearly 500,000 Canadians having Portuguese heritage, the tie created between Canada and Portugal is significant. This motion provides Canadians with the opportunity to understand, appreciate, and join in the celebration of traditions and heritage of the Portuguese community. I believe this also gives us an opportunity to look at what Portugal is doing today that Canada can learn from. During the 1990s, Portugal was experiencing a national crisis regarding heroin addiction. At its height, 1 out of 100 Portuguese citizens were using heroin. Overdose deaths were robbing families of their loved ones far too soon, and dirty needles were contributing to the highest levels of HIV infections in Europe. A little over 15 years ago, Portugal made a decision that things needed to change, the realization the current approach simply wasn't working. Portugal embraced the harm reduction approach, understanding that addiction issues were better suited to be addressed by the healthcare system and social welfare system than the criminal justice system. Portugal took what seemed like a radical step to many peer nations, decriminalizing minor possessions of all drugs and dramatically shifting their resources away from the criminal justice system towards health and social services. Instead, if an individual is caught possessing what was deemed an amount equivalent to individual possession, they are sent to report to a warning commission on drug addiction. Here, they are assessed by social workers and other healthcare professionals, referred to treatment centers if appropriate. Instead of criminal charges tying up the courts and criminal records with lifelong impacts, individuals are referred to services that will actually help them and given fines equal to parking tickets. Those against these ideas suggested it would be the end of Portugal, that people from all over the world would flock there simply to use and abuse drugs. This would simply make things worse. Nearly 2 decades later, the fear-mongering was shown to be just that. Drug cost deaths in Portugal has fallen well below the European Union's average. New HIV infections due to IV use drug use have dropped from over 1,000 cases in 2001 to less than 100 in 2013. Overall drug use has actually gone down. As I've said in the House before, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The Portuguese model has saved lives, reduced infection rates, and alleviated the burden on the criminal justice system that drug use and addiction causes in countries like our own. It is clear that as Canada grapples with the current opioid crisis, that there is much we can learn from Portugal. The success of harm reduction in East Vancouver, most noteworthy with the establishment of Insight, is undisputable. But that's not enough. We need more sites. We need more funding for treatment options, including expanded heroin maintenance programs and services. We need to make more use of the healthcare system and less use of the justice system. We need to support the frontline workers and first responders. We need to call it for what it is, a national health emergency. And in just the first week, in his first week back to the West Coast after becoming leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh stated, and I quote, "Thousands of people are dying in our country as a result of this crisis, and it needs to be named a national crisis first." He also noted the Portuguese model of harm reduction resulted in a dramatic decrease in overdose deaths and reduction in addictions. He said, and I quote, "That should be the focus if we really want to address the opioid crisis and really want to reduce the significant and terrible deaths. Canada can and should learn from the Portuguese model." Aside from the opioid crisis, Portugal is also concerned with climate change. Portugal's geographic location on the Iberian Peninsula has brought the impacts of climate change to the forefront for them. It is believed that this region will be hit significantly hard by climate change impacts. This past summer, Portugal, like Canada, experienced devastating wildfires. It's believed that the impacts of climate change have lengthened Portugal's wildfire season from 2 months a year to up to 5 months of the year. The European Environment Agency reported this year that Portugal has lost 6.8 billion euros as a result of climate change from the 1980s to 2013 alone. Portugal has committed to the Paris Agreement and made ambitious goals to combat climate change. The Climate Change Performance Index, which is an index by German Watch and the European Climate Action Network, ranked Portugal 11th in the world for 2017 compared to Canada's at 55. It was noted that Portugal was one of the only 2 countries that leapt from, quote, moderate performance into, quote, good performance, whereas for Canada, they wrote, quote, "Without significant movements in either direction, Canada remains in the bottom group of most CCPI categories. The only sector where the country ranks in the middle of the field is the emissions development, but even there it lost some ground," end quote. In June, the Portuguese Prime Minister reported that Portugal had already achieved over 87% of its 2020 goal. Unfortunately, our Prime Minister can't say the same. Despite this government's sunny ways, they have only committed to reach the former Conservative government's climate targets for 2030, targets which were hardly considered world-leading then or now. Unless a dramatic change of course occurs, Canada will not meet our targets for 2020 or 2030. Finally, coming out of the global financial crisis, many countries, Canada included, adopted an austerity mantra. Social services were cut, and in some cases, deeply. Austerity measures have always clearly had the biggest impact on the vulnerable segments of our population, and this is true here in Canada or anywhere abroad. In much of Europe, where the crisis hit harder than here, even deeper cuts and austerity demands impacted the lives of countless people already struggling to get by. The Portugal government, elected in 2015, determined that it would not take that approach. Much like the reaction to Portugal's harm reduction measures, many said this would prove to be a disaster. Their government has moved to an indexed minimum wages, reverse regressive tax measures, reinvested in the public service through wages and pensions, has increased Social Security for lower-income families, and introduced a luxury charge on homes worth over €600,000. After 1 year with these changes in effect, GDP was up, corporate investment was up, deficit spending halved to the lowest point in 40 years, and the economy has grown for 13 straight quarters and counting. Portugal is investing in its people to grow its economy and appears to be working. Canada can and needs to do more to invest in our people to grow our economy. Too often we put vulnerable groups against vulnerable groups. Instead of tackling tax havens and loopholes in our tax system used by only the wealthiest to avoid paying their fair share, this government floated tax measures that would have impacted small business owners and even measures that impacted minimum wage retail workers. Portuguese Canadians should be proud not just of their Portuguese heritage and history, but also of the present. While celebrating Portuguese Day in June, Canadians with or without Portuguese heritage should not just learn more about its history, but learn more about today. It is through this exchange of dialogue that Canada can continue to push to be as great as we possibly can. This is one of the great aspects of Canada's multiculturalism policy and one of the reasons why I am proud to support this motion.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm proud to support the honourable member of Danforth's motion to declare June 10th as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. In doing so, I know that I would have the support of many Portuguese Canadians in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler and throughout Waterloo region. I also know that my members in Kitchener Centre, Cambridge and Waterloo would fully support this motion as well. One thing, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about is I want to send my condolences to all those in Portugal that were affected by the fires this last summer. We can relate to the fires that happened in British Columbia and Alberta, and we all know that there's been many families and property that's been affected in Portugal, with around roughly 30 people that have been killed in those fires. So our condolences goes to those family members that have been affected. Canada has become a home to many people of Portuguese heritage, with the Portuguese language being ranked as Canada's 10th highest immigrant mother tongue in 2016. One of the first large waves of Portuguese migrants arrived in Canada in 1953. Since then, many people of Portuguese origin have come to Canada in search for greater opportunities for themselves and for their families. Today, there are approximately 483,000 people of Portuguese birth or descent living in Canada, of which a significant number make up the Portuguese Canadian community in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. According to the 2016 census in Waterloo region, is home to just over 21,000 Portuguese ethnic origin and a little over 7,000 of whom are born in Portugal. In Waterloo region, the Portuguese community is welcoming and vibrant. Whether I am celebrating Portugal Day on Saturday morning at Escola Listana with students and teachers and parents, or watching and celebrating the 2016 European Championship final at the Kitchener Portuguese Club, I am always welcomed with open arms and walk away with a rich sense of community. I have been at the club on numerous occasions, whether it's close friends' engagements, weddings, or for community fundraisers and festivals. I always enjoy the company of the members of this great community. I am proud that the Kitchener Portuguese Club is in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler, adding to our cultural mosaic since it was established in 1969. Part of the club's mission is to be positive influence on the local community, and they do this very well. Cambridge is also home to 2 Portuguese clubs which serves our region. Together, all these institutions support Portuguese Canadians in preserving their cultural heritage and traditions and sharing these with the community as a whole. Supporting this motion is also of personal significance to me. I was privileged to grow up with many Portuguese Canadians in Kitchener. In fact, my very first job in high school was working at a restaurant owned by a Portuguese Canadian. And before I started university, I worked for another Portuguese Canadian, an entrepreneur in the construction field. With great certainty, I can say that both of these individuals helped me lay the foundation for the person I am today. These two employers instilled in me their values of hard work, ambition, and dedication. And these are the values, Madam Speaker, that I stand for each and every day as an MP as I fulfill my duties. Earlier this year, during the second week of June, I spoke in the House about celebrating the Day of Portugal, Camões, and the Portuguese community. Every year on June 10th, Portuguese Canadians across Canada celebrate what is popularly known as Dia de Portugal. The date marks the anniversary of the death of the greatest Portuguese poet who have ever lived, Luís de Camões, who captured the essence of Portugal, its history, and its people. It's the day for the diaspora to celebrate their cultural heritage. In Waterloo Region, I celebrated this day at the Portuguese School and the annual Portugal Day Parade in Cambridge, alongside with other members from Kitchener Centre, Cambridge, and Waterloo. This past June, waved into the day's celebrations at the Portuguese School, was Canada's 150th anniversary since Confederation, a celebration of their cultural heritage and this country as their home. Portuguese Canadians have contributed greatly to fields such as politics, business, arts, science, and much more in Canada. This community has helped shape an exceptional Portuguese Canadian culture that is an integral component to the Canadian mosaic. This motion recognizes the important contributions of Portuguese Canadians in building Canada and to Canadian society in general. Motion M126 celebrates the cultural diversity of Portuguese community in Canada and the importance of education and reflection upon Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations. Madam Speaker, I want to close with a lot of the Portuguese that have immigrated to Canada, that have come from Portugal, immigrated a long time ago, whether it's in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, and many years beyond that. They came for better opportunities for their families and for themselves. And with this, they came here and they helped really build the foundation of our communities, our cities that we live in today. And for that, we want to thank and honor the Portuguese with this motion. And I believe that this is a motion that we can all get behind and really support this, because we really want to ensure that we honor the Portuguese that have contributed so much to the social fabric, to our communities, and to everyone around this nation. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Mississauga, Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today in support of Motion 126. I want to commend the member for Davenport for recognizing June as Portuguese Heritage Month and for her passion and commitment to the community. É uma honra poder falar sobre a minha história, a minha cultura, a comida, o desporto, a comunidade, os clubes, a língua, Madam Speaker. Tenho tanto orgulho em ser a voz para a nossa comunidade. Tenho tanto orgulho e respeito por a nossa comunidade portuguesa, que continua a crescer e prosperar e desenvolver. É uma comunidade cheia de vida. The story of the Portuguese presence in Canada dates back to the ages of discovery in the 15th and 16th centuries. It's well documented that Portuguese explorer Gaspar Corte Real landed in Newfoundland in 1501. His statue stands proudly in St. John's today. Evidence of the Portuguese presence is manifest in the many places and names of Portuguese origin in Atlantic Canada. Most notably, perhaps, is the name Labrador, which is believed to be named after João Fernando Labrador. Portuguese-born Mateus da Costa was Samuel de Champlain's interpreter with our indigenous peoples, and in the early 1600s might be considered the first Portuguese person to have lived in Canada. Canada's first letter carrier was Pedro de Silva, Le Português. Here from 1647 to 1777, he paddled his canoe between Montreal and Quebec City, delivering mail. He has come to be known as Canada's first letter carrier. Speaker, we have to jump 300 years to our modern-day multicultural immigration system that turned a trickle of Portuguese immigrants into a veritable flood of people that would follow. 69 men boarded the Saturnia, which arrived at Pier 21 in Halifax on May 13, 1953. This marks the date that opened the doors to the large-scale immigration from Portugal to Canada. 17,000 men and women of Portuguese heritage in the 50s, 60,000 in the 60s, 80,000 in the 70s. Canadians of Portuguese heritage settled throughout our great country. Today, 500,000 people of Portuguese birth or descent live in Canada, making it one of our largest ethno-cultural communities, with the largest Portuguese communities being in the Greater Toronto area and in Montreal. They worked hard, as they like to say, with their hands, com as mãos, in construction, farming, forestry, mining, manufacturing. Madam Speaker, my dad, Joaquim Jack dos Santos Fonseca, left Portugal for Canada a month after I was born in 1966 to escape a dictatorial government and make a better life for his family. He had saudade, a longing to have his family join him, and 2 years later, my mom, Maria and Stina Fonseca, and myself arrived. My sister Nancy was then born a year later here in Canada. I grew up in the member of Davenport's riding in what's today called Little Portugal. My dad, who was an airline mechanic in Portugal, worked in Canada as a foreman at the Inglis plant near the Canadian National Exhibition. My mom, who was an administrator, worked in the Toronto Western Hospital as a clerk. We found ourselves almost every weekend at Kensington Market, buying fresh fish and produce for our traditional meals, enjoying an espresso coffee, and reading the Portuguese papers. We belong to the Portuguese Democratic Association and First Portuguese Club of Toronto. Portuguese Canadians have enriched our arts, sports, politics, business, science, cuisine, and much more. It can be said that Portuguese living here have put down their roots and created a wonderful, unique Portuguese-Canadian culture. The community is one of the many gems that make up our great Canadian mosaic. I want to thank the many Portuguese clubs, news outlets, specialty stores, settlement organizations, businesses, the first immigrants who, because of them and through their sacrifices, Madam Speaker, we stand on their shoulders. These organizations allowed the community to survive and thrive in a land with a very different climate when we get into the months of January and February and March, with weather 10 or 20 below, very different culture, food, but through that community, they were able to provide all of that and give them that familiar culture, again, that they found from the old country of Portugal that allowed them to thrive and survive. Madam Speaker, the Portuguese community of Mississauga, and in my riding of Mississauga East, Cooksville, have contributed to the culture and heritage of faith, sport, social services, business development of our community. Whenever the Canadian Portuguese in Mississauga saw that there was a need that needed to be addressed, well, they got it done. They rolled up their sleeves, they raised the precious funds, and fulfilled the need. That happened when the community came together in the 1980s to build the Portuguese Catholic Church, Cristo Rei, Christ the King, at Confederation and Central Parkways. In the 1990s, they built the Mississauga Portuguese Cultural Center of Mississauga. The Portuguese Club hosts functions every week of the year, where delicious caldo verde, bacalhau, pastéis de nata are served, and Portuguese music like fado and traditional dance are performed. The club hosts Mississauga Festivals of Cultures, and it is the biggest multicultural festival in all of Canada, sharing this Portuguese culture with all the communities in our great city of Mississauga. And it's with great pride, Madam Speaker, that I announce the most recent project. Freshly opened this year is the Luso Home for the Disabled. This center, run by the Portuguese community, is providing services to all citizens of Peel region with disabilities. These organizations are only viable through the lifeblood of our volunteers. People like Jack Brazares, Joe Botello, Lena Barreto, Armindo Silva, Frank Alvarez, Tony D'Souza, and I could go on and on, Madam Speaker. I know it's a slippery slope, but there are so many unsung heroes that I would love to name them all. Many of these worthy community initiatives take many resources to build and operate. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the many contributors. There are some organizations like Liuna 183 and 506 and their business manager, Jack Oliveira, and his executive that have been stellar in their support for the community. The Federation of Portuguese Canadian Businesses and Professionals and their members have also been instrumental in helping raise these funds for many, many causes. And under the dynamic leadership of Michelle Georges, the current president, her executive, and the many past presidents and boards, they've come together and they understand that investing in our young people, investing in scholarships for the community will allow future generations to succeed and continue to keep the culture and heritage of Portugal alive here in Canada. Madam Speaker, there's been 3 Canadian parliamentarians that have had the opportunity to sit in this chamber. Mario Silva, who served as the riding of Davenport MP from 2004 to 2011. The present member for Brossard St. Lambert, and myself, Madam Speaker. And I could say that we all know that it's because of the Portuguese community and their support that they have given us that this has been possible. And we are all very, very proud to be able to be a voice for that community here in Parliament, Madam Speaker, for the many Portuguese, as I said, 500,000 across our great nation. We've got ridings like Davenport, as we all know, Cambridge, Streetsville, the Brampton ridings, Kitchener, Sault Ste. Marie, London, Hamilton, Vaughan. Madam Speaker, I can name, I'm sure, every riding in this House, and all would have at least a number of Portuguese that live within their communities. It was a proud moment for all of us on the Canada-Portugal Parliamentary Friendship Group, Madam Speaker, to host the first ever Portugal Day on the Hill that happened last year. We had another one this year, and I'm sure next year with the proclamation of June as a Portugal Heritage Month, it's going to be just fantastic. And we encourage everybody to come out for some really delicious food, the festivities, vinho verde, vinho tinto, vinho branco, música portuguesa, brinde, com grande saúde, a gente vamos dizer para Portugal, para o Canadá. And I encourage all members that are in this House, come out, enjoy the festivities as we enrich our country. I want to say congratulations to the member for Davenport on this motion 126, long overdue. Obrigada a todos. Viva! Obrigado.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport has the right of reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it's an absolute pleasure for me to be wrapping up the debate for my private member's bill, M126. It is so great to see that we have cross-party support for this motion. Indeed, the Portuguese community is well represented right across this province and this country. C'est pour moi une grande fierté.
I'm very proud and very privileged to be able to speak about motion M126, which pays tribute to the contributions of Portuguese Canadians and the contributions that they made to this magnificent country. I would like to thank members of all parties for supporting my motion.
Conservative and NDP colleagues were reminded that the Portuguese are well known for their hard work, their entrepreneurial spirit, and that they are not people who shy away from facing and overcoming challenges. That they are a warm and generous people who are fanatical about soccer, proud of their explorer past, who love their gardens, love growing things like food and flowers, and are so well known for their bacalhau, their pastéis de natas, their vinho verde, their port wine. And I want to thank my colleagues on the opposite side of this House for their support. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Culture and the Member of Parliament for one of my neighbouring ridings in Toronto, who reminded us that the Portuguese language is the 10th most spoken non-official language in our country, and that at the heart of our nation is Canada's Multiculturalism Act, enacted in 1988, a groundbreaking historic act that preserves and enhances the multicultural heritage of all Canadians, stating that each culture is upheld as equal in our economic, social, cultural, and political life. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is this policy that allows us to proclaim loud and clear that one can be a proud Portuguese and a proud Canadian, and there is no conflict. It is also this policy that has allowed diversity in Canada to become our strength. And Madam Speaker, I'm just realizing that I forgot to thank a very group. Oh, that's the next part, which is great. I just was like, I want to also thank the members of the Canada-Portugal Parliamentary Friendship Group. Many of them have spoken today. Many spoke just over a month ago. They are colleagues from ridings right across this country, and they truly love and honor the Portuguese communities that they are so proud to serve. So huge thanks to them. Finally, I want to once again thank the many Portuguese leaders from Portuguese clubs, associations, and the Portuguese media who over the last few weeks have come up to me to say how important this motion is to them and to the community, and how proud they are that it is being introduced at the national level. And indeed, I dedicate this private member's bill to all those that have tirelessly promoted the Portuguese culture, language, and community. Indeed, I am standing on their shoulders. We would not have reached this moment without their hard work, without their persistence and love of their culture, language, and traditions. To them, our heartfelt thanks. Our nation is stronger because of your efforts, and our country, our Canadian society, so much richer. Last time I didn't get a chance to truly recognize all the heroic work of the Portuguese clubs right across the country. There's over 150 clubs that exist in Canada, and I have 20 to 25 in my riding alone, who week after week tirelessly work to celebrate all that is Portuguese and to recognize their accomplishments. And I was going to speak a little bit of Portuguese. Gostava de agradecer a todos os líderes portugueses, clubes e associações, e também a mídia no meu círculo de Davenport e através do Canadá, que continuamente, sem parar, têm promovido a cultura, a língua e a comunidade, e que servem de inspiração para esta Private Members Bill. And finally, in ending, I want to say what a personal privilege it is for me to present this motion. Culturally, I'm half Hispanic and half Ukrainian, but represent the largest Portuguese community in Canada. What a beautiful reflection this is of Canada, Madam Speaker, and how wonderful it is that I'm able to do so. It shows that it doesn't matter what your background, the color of your skin, what religion you practice. In this country, if you work hard and take advantage of the opportunities before you, you can succeed and achieve your potential. The second reason is because it truly shows that diversity is indeed our strength, and that all cultures that make up our great country make us a more beautiful and a more stronger population. Indeed, it is in the differences that our beauty lies, and in the heroic effort we make each and every day to understand each other, to live with each other, to appreciate each other, and ultimately to see that no matter how different we may seem on the outside, we have so much more in common. We are drawn together by a common humanity, one that says that we are all equal. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present my private member's bill M126. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Ms. Zorowitz, seconded by Mr. Fonseca, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important contributions Canadian Portuguese have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, the cultural diversity of the Portuguese communities in Canada, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Portuguese heritage and culture for future generations by declaring June 10th as Portugal Day and the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette...
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed will please say nay.
Conformément à l'article 4... Oh, excuse. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 8, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conforme...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, when I rose in the House on May 31st, it was to mark a tragedy. It had been reported in the news that a woman had died attempting to make the irregular crossing from the United States into Canada around Emerson, Manitoba. Since that time, we've seen irregular crossings continue. Up to the end of September, a total of just over 15,000 individuals have been intercepted at irregular crossings. Through regular and irregular entries to Canada, there have been upwards of 35,000 asylum claims filed in Canada this year alone. Today, the government tabled the Immigration Levels Plan for 2018. In their multi-year plan, the government has shown once again that they are failing to treat the current asylum claim trend seriously. The 2018 plan increases the target for protected persons in Canada and dependents abroad only by 1,000 to 16,000. This target includes those crossing regularly and irregularly. As reported, there's currently an acceptance rate of 69% for asylum claims that have come before the IRB by irregular crossers. Should that trend continue, or even if that rate decreases marginally, the targets put forward by the government today have no basis in reality. There's nothing to suggest that asylum claims to Canada will be reduced over the next 3 years. There are 65 million people globally that are forcibly displaced. There's no sign that the current anti-immigrant and anti-refugee rhetoric and policy in the United States will improve. When I spoke with the IRC chairperson in the spring, it was clear then, and it is clear now, that the rhetoric and those policies are helping drive people from the United States to Canada. Experts on the matter have been clear since January. The issues in the U.S. asylum system, such as lack of access to legal counsel, impact a person's ability to build their case, resulting in legitimate claims being denied. We now know that this to be true. 69% of irregular crossing claims have been accepted in Canada so far. Let me remind the Parliamentary Secretary of Sadhu Mohammed. He lost most of his fingers to frostbite making the crossing. He was put in immigration detention by the United States. He was unable to adequately prepare for his asylum hearing. His claim was denied. In Canada, he was able to adequately prepare, and as a member of the LGBTQ community from Ghana, he faced a serious threat of persecution and violence on the basis of his identity. His claim was accepted. He was just one case of those 69% of successful claims. I've been informed the details of other similar cases as well. So why has the government been so reluctant to proactively deal with the situation? On what basis do they believe that levels announced for this category of claim is realistic? Are we going to be turning away legitimate refugees as a result of this government's failure to act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for having raised this question. The question that my colleague was seeking answers to essentially concerned the Safe Third Country Agreement. So that's essentially what it has to do with. So as you know, Madam Speaker, asylum claims are governed in part by international treaties that Canada has signed on to. As such, we have a legal responsibility to assess these asylum claims made under these international conventions. This makes the asylum system fundamentally different than other areas of immigration. The Canada-U.S. Safe Third Country Agreement, once again, is a treaty that was established between Canada and the U.S. This agreement is premised on the principle, accepted by the UNHCR, that individuals should seek asylum in the first country in which they arrive. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Act requires the continual review of the U.S. to ensure that the conditions that led to its designation as a safe third country continue to be met. Recent changes, Madam Speaker, in U.S. immigration policy have not impacted the functioning of the U.S. asylum system. In fact, as the Minister has pointed out several times in question period, the head of the UNHCR in Canada has stated that the conditions that prevailed at the time of the agreement in 2004 remain the same today. So it would be irresponsible to withdraw from that agreement. This agreement remains an important tool for Canada and the U.S. to work together on the orderly handling of refugee claims made in each of our countries. That being said, Madam Speaker, crossing into Canada illegally between designated ports of entry can be dangerous and is a violation of the law.
Individuals who are intercepted by the RCMP or local law enforcement after crossing the border illegally are brought to an immigration officer who will conduct an examination to determine the identity of the person and their admissibility to Canada. An initial security screening is also conducted to ensure that the individual does not pose a security threat to Canada and to determine whether they are eligible to make a refugee claim. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada recognizes that increases in the number of asylum seekers in Canada put pressure on the social assistance budgets of provincial governments. To apply for an open work permit, an asylum seeker must first have their initial eligibility interview and have their claim referred to the Immigration and Refugee Board. In order to help claimants pursue work to support themselves and their families as quickly as possible, IRCC has begun fast-tracking all work permit applications from asylum claimants across Canada with a commitment to a 30-day service standard. As the Minister said in his original response to this question, the Government of Canada is aware of the tragic incident which the member described, and we send our condolences to the family and friends of the woman who lost her life. I can assure my honourable colleagues that the issue of foreign nationals who cross the border illegally into Canada is one that our government takes seriously, and Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada is keeping a close watch on the situation along with our colleagues at the Canada Border Services Agency, and we will continue to make sure that we cooperate with our U.S. counterparts and that the agreement is respected.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's own levels plan that was just tabled today shows that they aren't taking this situation in a serious way. The government's failure to adequately staff and fund the IRB shows that they aren't taking this situation seriously. Unless, Madam Speaker, that's actually their plan, and that is for the government to create what we call legacy claims 2.0. Have those asylum seekers wait and wait and wait with their lives held in limbo. The IRB is currently facing a backlog of over 40,000 cases, which increases by 1,400 cases per month. These lengthy backlogs will leave people's lives in limbo for years as they wait for their hearing. But it might also allow the government to delay claim acceptance long enough to stay within their annual targets. So is that the plan? To simply not deal with the issue, stick your head in the sand so that people's lives could be held in a situation of uncertainty?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Madam Speaker, just to make things clear what the member is talking about in terms of asylum claims and our announcement today, they're completely unrelated to one another. So once again, just to make it clear, that's not part of our levels planning. It's completely different from the number of asylum claims. The number of immigrants is one thing, and it's not refugee claims. Once again, Madam Speaker, to come back to the Safe Third Country Agreement, that's what we're talking about now. We're going to continue to work with our U.S. counterparts on this to ensure that the agreement is respected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for order. 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 The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1 month ago, I asked whether the Liberal government would make some of the public transit infrastructure fund available to restore needed bus service between Saskatchewan communities. The context for this question is that 5 months ago, the provincial Sask Party government eliminated the Saskatchewan Transportation Company in hopes that private enterprise would fill the void. But there is still no bus service even between Saskatchewan's largest cities, Regina and Saskatoon. This lack of bus service has caused many problems. My original question highlighted the difficulty seniors are having getting to medical appointments. And just today, the media reported on a message from Saskatchewan's Deputy Minister of Health. quote, do we coordinate medical taxis or other transportation with federal government that mitigates STC loss, end quote. Now, Madam Speaker, it would be interesting to know how much the Government of Canada has had to spend on medical taxis in Saskatchewan since the closure of STC. And wouldn't that money be better spent sustaining bus service? Which brings me to the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. Now, of course, this fund is mostly about public transit in urban areas. But when the Liberal government unveiled this program, it included a lot of language about meeting the unique infrastructure needs of rural and remote communities, which leads me to believe that some of this money should be available to support intercity bus service in Saskatchewan to connect our communities. This year's budget provided $20 billion to the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund and allocated it between provinces according to a formula of 30% population and 70% existing transit ridership. Now, Madam Speaker, Saskatchewan has more than 3% of Canada's population, but we have less than 1% of Canada's existing transit ridership. So according to this formula, we receive only about 1.5% of federal transit funding. In other words, only about half of our per capita share of the money. Most federal transfer programs to provinces are allocated on a purely per capita basis. So the good news is that Saskatchewan is going to receive about $320 million from the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. The bad news is that according to our population, we should be receiving more like $640 million. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, both of those numbers vastly exceed the $85 million that the Sask Party says it will save by getting rid of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company. So, Madam Speaker, it should be possible for Saskatchewan to receive our fair share of the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund and to use a portion of that money to sustain and restore needed bus service between our communities. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. That works. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
His advocacy for the people of Saskatchewan. The Government of Canada is delivering on our historic infrastructure plan, as he well knows, the Investing in Canada plan, which is investing more than $180 billion over 12 years in Canada. We've made public transit infrastructure a priority through our infrastructure plan. The first phase of the plan focused on the repair and rehabilitation of public transit system and also funded the design and planning stages of new large-scale projects. En fait, dans le cadre
As a matter of fact, in connection with the first phase of our infrastructure plan, we've invested more than $29 million in public transit projects in Saskatchewan. Projects like the renewal and improvement of the Saskatoon fleet, the replacement of 17 buses and 19 paratransit buses in Regina, and the replacement of public transit conventional buses in Moose Jaw.
And since November 2015, Madam Speaker, under all of our programs, we have supported 154 projects worth more than $515 million in combined funding with our provincial and municipal partners in Saskatchewan.
We are working closely with the provinces to fund the priorities they identify. Our programs are designed to support modernization and improvement of public transit networks in communities across the country. The programs are not designed to support the operation of public transit networks or provincial transit networks operated by the private sector or provincial organizations.
It is in fact the responsibility of the provinces to decide how to provide intermunicipal bus services in their jurisdictions. In the case of the Saskatchewan Transportation Company, the service was provincially run and the decision to terminate was made by the province, as the member well knows. We're working closely with the province of Saskatchewan to finalize new partnership agreements for the next stage of our long-term plan, which will commit just over $307 million in capital investments for Saskatchewan's transit system and, more importantly, the population of Saskatchewan. These agreements will clearly outline how we will support the province's priorities through our new funds, the transformative infrastructure projects that will improve mobility, increase economic opportunity, and help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. De plus,
In addition, the provinces will also be able to apply to the Canada Infrastructure Bank to finance their public transit projects. The bank will focus on projects with high income generation potential that are in the public interest. That's a new innovation that the Government of Canada has come up with to create more infrastructure in Canadian communities. We are looking forward to working in partnership with the Government of Saskatchewan and supporting their infrastructure priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I asked my question about federal funding for bus service a month ago, the parliamentary secretary responded by speaking in very general terms about federal infrastructure funding in Saskatchewan. Now, given a month to further study the issue, I'm somewhat disappointed that I'm getting the same level of response this evening. What I'd like to get a clear answer on is if the Government of Saskatchewan were to request funding from the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund to provide bus service between communities, is that something that the Government of Canada would provide? I certainly take the point that it was the provincial government that decided to get rid of STC, and it's the provincial government that would have to define its priorities. But if the province were to request money for the purpose of intercity transport, would the Government of Canada provide it? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Again, I appreciate the advocacy of the honourable member. It sounds like his advocacy will be well placed in the Saskatchewan Legislative Assembly. I suffice it to reiterate that under Phase 1 of the Investing in Canada plan, the Government of Canada committed $29 million of public transit infrastructure fund to fund public transit in Saskatchewan. The program is designed to fund upgrades and improvements to transit systems in communities across the country, including Saskatchewan. However, it's not intended to fund a transit systems operation, nor is it designed to support province-wide transit systems operated by the private sector or provincial agencies. Thanks to the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, cities like Moose Jaw and Saskatoon have now been able to renew their transit fleets and modernize their existing systems. This is something we should all be immensely proud of. The Government of Canada has and will continue to work closely with Saskatchewan to support similar eligible public transit infrastructure projects that is identified as its community's priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Our member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again today to bring an issue to public attention and to try to seek clarity and at least some direction from the Liberal government with regards to the environment and the storage of nuclear waste, as well as respect for municipalities and as well Aboriginal communities and, of course, Madam Speaker, another nation, the United Nations. And what I'm talking about is the idea that was conceived more than a decade ago was to store low-level and intermediate nuclear waste basically within 1 kilometer of the Great Lakes and limestone, Madam Speaker, something that has never been done before and is certainly very controversial. In fact, Madam Speaker, that we need to understand is that the Great Lakes and this water supply that it provides not only in terms of its trillion-dollar industry for shipping, for the environment with regards to the fresh water supply, and also, Madam Speaker, the basin of civilization that is developed out of the Great Lakes is at risk with regards to this proposal. In fact, it is no surprise that 23 million people have participated in motions and hundreds of municipalities have participated in official objections to this proposal. In fact, Madam Speaker, most recently we were able to delay this process enough to have the Ontario Power Generation complete a alternative site selection process for its original submissions, Madam Speaker, and the type of work that they came back with this is indicative, I think, of the entire process, because in that they had GPS locations that included alternative sites of being a bridge in Burlington, Ontario, and second to that, a store that was actually in the United States off of the Minnesota border in Grand Portage. So I think, Madam Speaker, that the mere fact that those two locations under GPS identifications under OPG should say something about their entire philosophy of storing nuclear waste for the next 100,000 years underground in basically a new type of venture next to the Great Lakes is certainly not without, I guess, the competency one would expect for the legacy that we stuff into the backpacks of not only future generations, but also the costs for our children. And Madam Speaker, I would also say that given Canada's record of environmental stewardship that it likes to claim on an international front, we should make sure that we actually live up to some of those elements. I know that the United States Congress, Senate, and other bodies have objected to this, as well as municipalities, because, Madam Speaker, lo and behold, it was this government, in terms of a Canadian government, that did ask the same thing of the United States to back away from, is not to put nuclear waste and facility disposal off the Great Lakes. In fact, it was Joe Clark at that time as Foreign Affairs Minister, and that was agreed upon in the United States. So, Madam Speaker, again I rise with the objective here is to finally get the government to live up to what they said in terms of their philosophy of protecting the environment first, and the mere fact that this idea continues to have some type of breath in it is unacceptable. So I'm hoping to hear not a canned speech and response from the parliamentary secretary, but also a good part of the debate as to why they would even want to consider going down this path, or just once and for all, Madam Speaker, end it now.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to address the question that is raised by the Honourable Member for Windsor West regarding the Deep Geological Repository project. Our government is ensuring that environmental risks that are linked to development are addressed by industry before projects can proceed. We are committed to restoring confidence in the environmental assessment process and ensuring that decisions are based on the best available scientific evidence and traditional knowledge, and take into consideration the views of Indigenous peoples, the public, and other stakeholders. Ontario Power Generation is proposing to construct and operate a facility for the management of low and intermediate level radioactive waste at the existing Bruce nuclear generating site in Ontario. The project would be constructed in the bedrock beneath the Bruce nuclear site. Low-level radioactive waste may be safely handled by workers using normal industrial practices and equipment without any special radiation protection. Intermediate-level waste is radioactive to a level where more protection is required to protect workers during handling. It should be noted and very clear that disposal of high-level waste, including used fuel, is not part of this project. The Nuclear Waste Management Office, with the oversight of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, is developing a proposal and working to identify a willing host community for the disposal and long-term care of high-level waste. Madam Speaker, the environmental assessment of the DGR project was carried out by a joint review panel that included the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. In its findings, the joint panel concluded that the project was not likely to cause significant adverse environmental effects, taking into account recommended mitigation measures. After considering the joint panel's report, the Minister directed Ontario Power Generation to provide her with additional information concerning potential alternative locations for the project, cumulative effects, and Ontario Power Generation's commitments with respect to mitigation in order to fully inform her decision. Madam Speaker, our government also believes that Indigenous peoples have a right to participate in decision-making in matters that affect their rights, and that Indigenous governments, laws, and jurisdictions must be respected. We are aware that Ontario Power Generation is committed not to proceed with the Deep Geological Repository project if it does not have the support of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation's communities. In July, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation wrote to the Minister asking for more time to complete their community consultation process. In light of OPG's stated commitment and the Saugeen Nation's letter, the Minister requested that OPG Generation update its analysis of the potential cumulative effects of the project on physical and cultural heritage. The update must include a description of the potential effects of the project on the Saugeen Nation's spiritual and cultural connection to the land, and the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation community process must inform the analysis and be incorporated into Ontario Power Generation's analysis. Informed decision-making requires all available and relevant information to be gathered, considered, and taken into account. Following the submission of the updated cumulative effects assessment, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, assisted by other federal authorities, will prepare a draft report containing this analysis. Indigenous groups and the public will be invited to review and comment on the agency's draft report, including the potentially legally binding conditions which OPG must comply with if the project is allowed to proceed. In closing, I want to assure the House that, as with all projects, the final decision in this case will be based on science, evidence, traditional knowledge, and public input. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if it's based upon science, then maybe perhaps the parliamentary secretary will explain why Ryden's Border Store, located just across the border of Minnesota, was one of the coordinates that was actually looked at for the alternate location for this particular project. And I'll leave my comments specifically to that, Madam Speaker, because the other location that was identified was a bridge in Burlington, Ontario. But let's just find out, why is it that this review process came back with the, once again, Ryden's Border Store just across the border in Minnesota as one of the coordinates in the areas identified by OPG. Let's talk specifically about the science of how that meets the minister's test of mettle in this case.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, any assessment process requires evidence and science on which to actually base decisions. The Joint Review Panel heard from a range of different interests and was informed by significant scientific evidence in coming to its decision. The Minister made the decision that there were additional pieces of evidence and input that were required before she would be able to render a decision. We are in the process now of receiving that information. Some information is still to be received, and once that is there, the Minister will take all of that into account in rendering an appropriate, scientifically based decision.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.